I think I don't think Trump intended it to end that way. I think what happened was when they went out, they decided to show Zelensky the door, and that was the unfortunate thing. It possibly was still recoverable even after that the shouting match, but once Zelensky was shown the door, then it becomes much harder to retrieve it. Though I'm not saying it's possible.
I mean, but President Zelensky is going to have to get this back on track, isn't it? How do you think he best goes about that? He's just put out a post on X thanking the US and Trump for all their support, but he's probably going to have to do more than that, isn't he?
Maybe. I mean, he went on Fox News as well. I think it's going to be difficult for him to sort of grovel much more. I think because it's not clear what he was getting out of a lot of this. So he needs to put things on track if he can. Trump believes the mineral deal that was supposed to be signed was a good deal for the United States. He says so. Trump only believes he signs good deals. So Trump will want that. Trump wants to be a peacemaker. Therefore, he needs Zelensky as well. So I don't think Zelensky has no cards at all. Starmer, we know, spoke to both Trump and Zelensky last night. And Trump didn't quite close the door on resuming talks. So it wouldn't surprise me if the other thing just to remember, a week ago, we were in exactly the same position. Trump had said some pretty awful things about Zelensky on his social media post, including him being a dictator and so on. So this has been a pretty roller coaster ride anyway. And
you say there that President Trump wants it to be part of his legacy, that he's a peacemaker. Is there a chance that perhaps he just focuses his efforts on what's happening in the Middle East and says, you know what, to Ukraine, you're on your own. You weren't grateful enough. You didn't sign the deal.
Yeah, he could do that. And I think the most dangerous thing he could do would be to start withdrawing support from Ukraine. And I think that's probably the biggest worry. I don't think one should exaggerate the ease with which a ceasefire could be agreed, even if everybody was talking happily to each other. It's what Putin wants is more than what I think Trump can deliver. So that is a possibility. I don't think that's how it will end up, but what's happened won't be forgotten. These are images that will live in the memory for a long time. And of course, the Russians were ecstatic about what happened last night. They were very pleased to see, as far as they're concerned, Trump putting Zelensky in his place.
President Trump talked a lot about President Putin in that meeting there. Did you learn anything new or surprising about what you gleaned to be the relationship between the two men?
I think it reinforces what we've heard before. Trump believes he's got a good relationship with Putin. In his first term, he believes that he was unfairly portrayed as a puppet of Putin, and that this was a hindrance, and that all this has been shown to be false. So then all of this has been said before. I think the question is, the problem that he's got now, and I think it is a problem for Trump, is whether or not he is so effusive about Putin and how well he can work with him that he forgets that he's the invader, that he's occupying illegally a lot of Ukrainian land, and that if he wants to actually get a deal, he's got to persuade Putin to give some concessions. And I think just talking about Putin as if he's somebody who deserves respect and with whom he can work is not enough for Putin. Putin wants him to deliver a lot more from Zelensky, and I'm not sure he can.
Professor Friedman, we've got some breaking news, which is very pertinent to our conversation, coming to us from a spokesperson for Number 10, that the Prime Minister and President Zelensky will be meeting today, this afternoon, more precisely, in Downing Street, ahead of that planned meeting with European leaders tomorrow. Prime Minister Starmer is in a delicate position here, isn't he? And the stakes of this meeting tomorrow couldn't be higher. What do you think he needs to be saying to President Zelensky this afternoon?
Well, he'll be giving him support and trying to give him some reassurance. I think Starmer's priority, and he's actually not a bad position to do this, as good as anybody else at the moment, is to try to mend fences a bit. I mean, there's limits to how far this can be done, so that the conversations with the Americans get back on track. If they can't, and even if they can a bit, it's clear Europe's going to have to do more. And he spoke, Starmer, earlier in the week about this sort of being a generational moment, and that led to 0.2% extra on defence. I think this is a bigger moment, and I think the challenge for Starmer, both in his conversation this afternoon with Zelensky and then with many other European leaders tomorrow, is to appreciate just the significance of this moment. Whatever happens in the particular talks, the US is not as big a factor in European security as it has been really since 1940, 41. If we're going to appreciate the significance of that moment, that's going to require a lot of difficulty and a lot of sacrifice from not just the UK, but other European countries. That's the challenge, even if you can get discussions going on how to end the war.
Professor Lawrence Freedman, great to get your analysis on Sky News. Thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to be crossing to Los Angeles to hear how the city is still recovering from last month's devastating wildfires as it gears up for Hollywood's biggest night of the year.
Trust in politics is at an all-time low. What's going wrong, and can we fix it? It's from Liz. She wants to know, why is there still no sign of the Labour Party electing a woman as leader?
It's sort of embarrassing. You know, it takes a very strong man to be leader, but it takes an even stronger man to support a woman for leader.
If you want to be mean to politicians, crack on. The activists that go out and make elections happen, I kind of feel just don't be horrible to them. Be polite to them in the same way that they're polite to you.
Keir Starmer has got us into government with a big majority. He was completely clear before the election that he wasn't going to be able to do the two-child benefit policy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't an early thing that comes along.
I went up to Gordon Brown and said, hello? No, yes, where is it? I said, found all these Tory candidates breaking land. Let me see it. This is brilliant.
You are on Sky News. Welcome to the BAFTAs.
I'm Katie Spencer, Sky's arts and entertainment correspondent, and from the BAFTAs to the Brit Awards, the Oscars to the Olivier's, our entertainment team is here interviewing some of the biggest stars in the world.
This is the story of the night. It's the little independent film.
We're waiting to see what the president might do next.
I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all.
The perfect climate, wherever the destination. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, it's a quiet start to March with a largely dry and settled weekend, although the northwest will be wet and windy at times. A band of rain in the northwest will ease as it moves southeastwards across Northern Ireland, Scotland and Ireland. Meanwhile, overnight fog will lift and clear to leave a fine and dry day for much of England and Wales with light wind and sunny spells. By the time the rain band reaches Northern England and North Wales, it will be a zone of thicker cloud and patchy drizzle.
The perfect climate, whatever the forecast. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Now, Hollywood is gearing up for the Oscars tomorrow, but Los Angeles is still recovering from last month's devastating wildfires. Not far from where the red carpet is being laid, communities are still reeling from what happened when the wildfires tore through parts of the city. Our arts and entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer reports now from Los Angeles.
A memory, now ash. This is the reason Oscars weekend feels out of step this year.
This is the work stuff that was all in the garage that the EPA has pulled out in phase 1.
2 months ago in the wildfires, prop master Adam Jetty, his wife and son lost their home.
Even coming back into the neighborhood is really, really hard if you're coming back to what it is, which is a disaster site. You know, the whole neighborhood is gone.
While he waits for his insurance to pay out, he can't walk away from this, even if he wanted to.
Immediate aftermath was, they were saying there was 23 times the amount of lead in the air. Like my house was 1946. We're talking about asbestos in the air. We all have to keep working in order to support ourselves, in order to have our health insurance, in order to be able to move forward and rebuild. And yet, like, the only thing you want to do is just, you know, sit there in misery.
Before displaced residents can even start to figure out how best to rebuild, they're having to clear hazardous household waste, things like bleach, paint, pesticides from every property.
And that's to stop the chemicals going into the air and into the ground. And all of this has to happen before they can even think about bringing in the heavy machinery to clear the wreckage. It is unimaginably tough for those who are trying to figure out the next steps.
Is this all one order right now?
It's compounded an existential crisis the city was already facing.
I hate talking about our damage. This is relatively small, but you know, the fire came through, lit on the roof, some embers blew on the roof, melted that skylight and fell onto the sets.
Wes Bailey's company has been renting out equipment in LA since the 90s. In recent years, work in the City of Dreams has dried up.
Everybody used to say last year, they would say survive till 25. So I'm coming into this year that just got destroyed with the fires.
First COVID, then strikes, and a streaming commissioning boom becoming a distant memory.
We don't want to become Detroit, you know, and have the auto industry go away. The fires were, like, I think, the catalyst to really get people to say, we've got an emergency here.
For glossy reality show selling sunsets set around high-end real estate in LA, production has only just resumed.
Have you had a lot of phone calls with clients, friends, I guess, who've lost everything?
Many very emotional phone calls. I mean, I'm 30% therapist right now, 20% attorney, 20% contractor, and 30% real estate agent.
While things seem bleak, there's still optimism.
I would bet anything that the Palisades will be one of the most desirable areas on the planet to live in 5 years. The houses will be stunning, fireproof, beautiful architecture.
But that's a long way off. For Adam, anything he can salvage has become special.
To be able to pull anything out of this wreckage and like have it, it's so meaningful. Clearly it didn't take our pets and it didn't take our family. It just took stuff. But even just some of that surviving is like, it really, you know, it means something. Yeah, it really does.
Buried in the ashes, a lesson in what matters to those who keep this industry going. And it's not red carpets or golden statuettes. Katie Spencer, Sky News in Los Angeles.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, all the latest as President Zelensky arrives in the UK following that shocking clash in the Oval Office with a meeting with Sir Keir Starmer scheduled for this afternoon. This is Sky News Today. It is 12 o'clock. Here are the headlines. Volodymyr Zelenskyy lands in London. He heads straight to Downing Street for a meeting with Sir Keir Starmer.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
You're
not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now.
It follows on from the astonishing row with President Trump in front of the world's cameras. Ukraine's president says his country should be heard and not forgotten. President Trump calls him a big shot.
You can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting. We're not going to keep fighting. You're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out.
We're expecting the Ukrainian president in Downing Street shortly. We will be there live. Vatican sources say the Pope is not out of danger after what's being described as a breathing crisis yesterday. And investigators find Hollywood actor Gene Hackman and his wife may have died 10 days ago. As Hollywood gears up for the Oscars, we report on how Los Angeles is still reeling from last month's devastating wildfires. Plus, falling donations and visitor numbers, why museums across the country are having the toughest time ever. Very good afternoon. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is on his way to Downing Street for a meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two men will hold talks after an astonishing clash at the White House yesterday, when a meeting in the Oval Office between Mr. Zelensky and Donald Trump turned into a diplomatic meltdown. Volodymyr Zelensky landed at Stansted Airport just north of London in the last hour. And European leaders, many of whom will be in London tomorrow for a meeting hosted by Sir Keir Starmer, came out in force last night to issue their messages of support. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Acas. She's moving around for us this morning. She's on the phone from Downing Street. Afternoon to you, Amanda. The Prime Minister has a potentially pivotal role to play here, doesn't he? He was the last world leader to see President Trump before that explosive meeting with President Zelensky, and he's playing host to European leaders tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think now really is the moment to see whether the warmth of that relationship we saw on display between Sir Keir Starmer and Donald Trump on Thursday, in such contrast to what we saw between President Zelensky with that full-blown row with Donald Trump in the Oval Office yesterday, whether Sir Keir Starmer can actually use that to help mend relations to a degree between President Trump and President Zelensky, because you say he really is at the heart of global events today. He's only got back a few hours from Washington, been back for a few hours, basking in the glow of what had seemed to be a very successful diplomatic visit for the UK, when, of course, we all saw that very dramatic news conference in the Oval Office yesterday between where President Zelensky berated by President Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance. Of course, we know there is this summit organised by Sir Keir Starmer happening tomorrow. That's at Lancaster House, just down the road, in which there will be a whole group of European leaders to meet with President Zelensky to talk about what they're going to do next. We already knew that President Zelensky was due to meet with Sir Keir Starmer before that meeting tomorrow, but as it seems he's now come in early. He's arrived at Stansted on his way here to Downing Street. It's a journey of around an hour and a quarter, so we're expecting him, if he comes here straight away, to be arriving in the next 20 minutes or so. It is possible that he could be heading to the Ukrainian embassy or elsewhere first. We know that, however, that the meeting will be taking place between him and the Prime Minister at some point this afternoon. And clearly they'll be trying to work out what on earth they could do to try and salvage the situation, because the language from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance was so hostile, frankly, to President Zelensky, to the war in Ukraine, and they became so angry at the suggestion that Putin couldn't be trying to keep his word in the event of a ceasefire. It's very difficult to see how that whole process can be salvaged. Obviously, Zelensky left without signing that minerals deal, which had been so pivotal to Donald Trump's efforts to reach some kind of peace agreement, insisting to Keir Starmer when he was demanding security guarantees that wouldn't really be necessary, because by the very fact of having US contractors, US miners on the ground extracting the mineral wealth of Ukraine as agreed in this deal, that would provide a level of protection and wouldn't necessarily mean that an additional security agreement was needed. Now, Keir Starmer and President Macron of France have both said that they would be prepared to put troops on the ground as part of a reassurance force, a kind of peacekeeping force, in the event of a deal in Ukraine. But they both said the US needs to be involved as some kind of backstop in order to deter President Putin from breaking his word, as he has in the past, and attack again. President Trump very insistent that US troops, he doesn't want to see them on the ground. There was discussion about potentially seeing air cover from the US or additional military aid potentially. All of that now very much up in the air. Keir Starmer will be hoping that the president's comment that he made, that if the British troops are in trouble, then he would be there, might hold and might support them in this way. But really, all bets are off at the moment, because the two of them, I'm sure, will be holed up in Downing Street this afternoon trying to work out their strategy. So Keir Starmer's been trying to tread a very delicate, diplomatic tightrope between flattering, frankly, trying to stay on the right side of President Trump, offering him that second state visit. He made a big point of it being historic and unique, to try and butter up the president, really, to show that the UK is such a big ally of the president of America. And now really is the moment that can be tested. Is that genuine? Does Donald Trump really hold the Prime Minister as high esteem as he suggested he did when they met earlier this week? And will his voice genuinely be able to help President Zelensky? Because repeatedly what we've heard from Sir Keir Starmer is that the UK does back Ukrainians. Ukrainians need to be part of those peace negotiations. The UK is willing to increase defence spending, as we've seen, at real political cost. We had a minister resigning over it yesterday over the resulting cuts in the aid budget needed to pay for that defence spending. Is all of that going to be worth something? And will Donald Trump listen? But the question really is, they need to get their ducks in a row, really, before they have this meeting with other European leaders tomorrow, in which they're trying to come up with a kind of group position on what they're going to do next, when the President of the United States seems to be backing away from the security order which has protected Europe since after the Second World War.
We'll talk about that in a moment, Amanda. President Zelensky had a transatlantic flight to lick his wounds after that meeting, as you said, and as we can see there, that flight landing in the last hour at Stansted Airport. Since landing, he's put out what can only really be described as an emollient post on X. He writes, "We are very grateful to the United States for all the support. I'm thankful to President Trump, to Congress for their bipartisan support, and the American people. Ukrainians have always appreciated this support, especially during these 3 years of full-scale invasion." Now, it got very heated, didn't it, in the Oval Office when Vice President J.D. Vance said that President Zelensky simply wasn't grateful enough. He hadn't said thank you. Well, he's saying thank you in that post there, but it feels to me, I'm interested in your analysis, that he's going to need to go further and deeper than that to get the relationship back on track.
Well, I certainly think so. I mean, Donald Trump clearly has a lot of history with President Zelensky. He referenced it yesterday during that row in terms of the dispute that they had over the impeachment of Donald Trump during his last term in office, over whether he'd put pressure on the Ukrainians in order to try and dish up some dirt on Hunter Biden, of course. So you've got to remember that that's at the that is part of the relationship between these two men, and his outright hostility towards President Zelensky in the past, and only a few days ago describing him as a dictator, suggesting that because people hadn't held elections during wartime, he was a dictator, without at the same time criticising President Putin for being a dictator, seeming to be spewing out Russian talking points, which is what caused so much alarm in European capitals. That seemed to be rode back. He seemed to rode back from that slightly after meeting with Sir Keir Starmer. He didn't remember, or he hadn't said really sort of next question, please, he said when he was asked about whether he still saw Zelensky as a dictator, seemed to disavow that, which is seen as a mark of a greater goodwill. He talked about Zelensky as being brave, of the two of them having a good relationship. So the pathway is there. You have to remember as well, this is a long spray, they call it, in the Oval Office. There was about 50 minutes altogether, and it had a fairly cordial discussions up until the final 10 minutes when this sort of row really ended up breaking out over the prospect of engaging diplomatically with Vladimir Putin, when J.D. Vance really hit out at President Biden and suggested that he was all talk and no action. And they're really trying to get more credit for Donald Trump for starting this peace negotiation, which, of course, the Ukrainians aren't happy about because they haven't been part of it. It has been this direct negotiation between the US and Russia, Europeans not included either. So really what President Zelensky has wanted to do is to both get those security guarantees we were talking about before, but also get involved in those negotiations. But I think President Trump and J.D. Vance really wanted a bit more recognition of the fact that they've got the peace talks rolling, that they've got that all started by reaching out to Russia, by bringing him back in from the cold. And they're arguing, well, that's necessary in order to bring an end to the war. And certainly, so Keir Starmer got that memo. We heard yesterday him on Thursday repeatedly making the point that he thought it was a good thing that Donald Trump had started these negotiations, only thanks to him that Russia was talking. And if that succeeded in leading to peace, then that would be the result that everyone wanted to see. And I think it's that specifically that really think that they wanted more of an acknowledgement of. And as you say, whatever he says now, it's a little bit too late. Donald Trump lost to Florida immediately afterwards, saying, well, Zelensky wants to come back and talk, but that's not possible at the moment. I'm sure the teams in the US will be trying to arrange another meeting, because until that deal is signed, until relations improve, it's very hard to see where everyone can go from here, because the fact of the matter is Europe relies on the US for defense. US provides the bulk of the weapons that have been used by the Ukrainians. President Trump even talking about, well, if we stop that, what will happen there? They'll fight on their own and then they'll see. So the stakes couldn't really be higher for now. But I think Keir Starmer really having to show that his allegiance is primarily with President Zelensky, but hoping to try and smooth relations between the Ukrainians and the US, and trying to use the goodwill that he's managed to build up with the president in order to help that with delicate diplomatic process get back on track again.
Hey, Amanda, I know you're at Downing Street. You're staking out the arrival of President Zelensky. We'll come back to you shortly. Thank you very much for now. Well, President Zelensky arrived in the UK after those astonishing scenes in the Oval Office yesterday. President Zelensky was told he wasn't thankful enough for America's support, and then he was told to get out of the White House. Well, it raises the prospect of Ukraine facing Russia without its most important ally. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports on a barely believable day in Washington.
There had been anticipation for this meeting, of course, but no one was prepared for how it would unfold. From the start, it was frosty, with a comment on his look.
He's all dressed up today.
Almost like belittlement from Trump to Zelensky. And from there, in the Oval Office...
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine.
It spiraled.
I want to see if we can get this thing done.
The trigger seemed to be the vice president's assertion that Zelensky's strategy with Biden had been flawed from the start.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
Zelensky said the failure was to trust Putin.
He broke this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
During the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
War.
You're not
Mr.
in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
Playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
Yeah,
you're playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting?
You think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No, you've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't
You
have our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Unfolding in front of the world's cameras, a diplomatic earthquake.
But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
The mineral deal signing ceremony was off, the news conference too. Then Ukraine's presidential car pulled up to the West Wing again, everything changing fast.
Mr. President!
And Volodymyr Zelensky told to leave.
What an extraordinary moment this has been. A little under 3 hours inside the White House, and the Ukrainian president is off.
He stuck to a pre-planned interview with Fox News, where he was asked if he should apologize.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
Back on the South Lawn, on his way to Florida, the president had this.
From his standpoint, I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening.
In this moment now, it is hard to see quite where this goes from here, where Zelensky goes from here. He will head to London for Sunday's summit, to the arms of Europe's leaders, who will be as bewildered by all this as he surely is. Mark Stone, Sky News, at the White House.
Well, let's go back to our correspondent, Amanda Acas, who is in Downing Street for us. Amanda, we knew that President Zelensky was due to meet with Keir Starmer ahead of that meeting with European leaders tomorrow. The fact that he is on his way to Downing Street this afternoon really speaks to the urgency and precarity of the situation, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's an extraordinary moment, I think, in global diplomacy. I think what happened yesterday in the Oval Office was pretty much unprecedented in terms of such a public row, slanging match between world leaders, seeing the US president, the leader of the free world, berating an ally in wartime like that, completely unprecedented. And I think European leaders were watching on in absolute horror. Clearly, President Zelensky was left before, was sent away before that press conference happened, leaving the White House early. He's obviously spent the night there, and then, well, he spent the night on a plane, caught that plane over to the UK directly, and now having this meeting a day earlier than scheduled with Sir Keir Starmer in Downing Street, not really taking any pause for breath, going straight from the White House effectively to Downing Street, having slept on the plane, trying to kind of gather themselves really and work out where they go from here, because a peace process that Donald Trump had been attempting to initiate with his unilateral dealing with the Russians, opening those negotiations, did seem to be progressing in the sense that after the initial objections, of course, to the fact that this was going on without them being around that table, to agreeing to sign up to the mineral deal that had been proposed by Donald Trump, insisting that the US shouldn't have paid so much money as a gift to Ukraine, that they should be making some kind of profit from it, and effectively insisting the Ukrainians sign up to allow American access to their mineral wealth. Donald Trump talking a lot about the rare earths in Ukraine, but then then suggesting that as part of that, that would be a kind of de facto security guarantee in the event of a peace deal, because would Putin invade Ukraine when there were American companies, contractors, miners operating in the country? Now, it's not exactly the kind of cast iron security guarantee that Keir Starmer and indeed President Macron and President Zelensky had been looking for, because Keir Starmer and President Macron have both said that they would be willing to put troops on the ground in Ukraine as part of a European peacekeeping force in order to make sure that that peace deal would hold and wouldn't just be an opportunity for the Russians to go and regroup and then come back again. Now, Keir Starmer has spoken openly about his concern about that, as have other European leaders. Donald Trump, of course, has been dismissing that, insisting that effectively he believes that President Putin could be trusted to keep his word. And that was really one of the key reasons why that argument broke out in the White House yesterday, was President Zelensky insisting he had repeatedly broken his promise and obviously had invaded his country and killed the civilians of Ukraine. But now Keir Starmer is really at the fulcrum of global diplomacy. Donald Trump talking about we could have World War III on the line, but it really feels like the stakes couldn't be much higher. Keir Starmer really investing a huge amount of his political capital on improving relationships with Donald Trump and trying to build that rapport with him. We had that dinner earlier on the year. They've talked about it a lot. Then he's really taken this sort of political gamble of saying, well, I'm going to increase defence spending in order to get other countries as well to try and follow his lead, that we're going to go up to 2.5% of GDP in our defence spending by 2027. That was several years earlier than had been pledged by the Tories, who said 2030. It's going to cost a huge amount of money, and he's taking that money from the aid budget, which has caused a great deal of political consternation among his own party. He's had the resignation of the International Aid Minister, Annalise Dodds, yesterday, but he's clearly decided he needs to show that he's serious, to show Donald Trump he's listening. There's no disagreement really from the Europeans that it's a fair point being made by the US that Europe has for a very long time relied on American taxpayers to foot the bill of a large part of that kind of security umbrella, the NATO security umbrella across Europe. Donald Trump saying, well, that's not fair. You need to be paying much more than you have been in order to do this. Keir Starmer is doing that, and that was all part of his process to try and get on side with Donald Trump. He had that invitation up his sleeve to give him to come to Buckingham Palace, to come to meet King Charles, which went down very well. The president exceedingly warm in his descriptions of Keir Starmer, describing him as a wonderful man, a special man, loving his action, loving his accent. But now Keir Starmer has to see whether that really holds any real value. Is it just flattery? Is it just words? Or is it a genuine rapport, a genuine relationship which he can use to leverage on behalf of President Zelensky, who obviously has fallen out so spectacularly with the US president and so very publicly? It's hard to see how he'll be able to come back from that, but we know Donald Trump does change his mind. He is mercurial, so Keir Starmer will be hoping his policy of staying calm, of not overreacting to the various dramatic statements we've had in the past from Donald Trump will pay dividends, whereas the other European leaders who are coming tomorrow to this summit that Keir Starmer has organised in Lancaster House, the Europeans, Secretary General of NATO, President Zelensky, of course, many of them have been much more outspoken last night in their support for President Zelensky following that disastrous meeting, and have been much more critical of the kind of language that we've heard coming out of the Trump administration. But all of them are going to need to work out what can we do to get the US back on side with this, because they haven't had to go it alone since the start of the Second World War, effectively, and since the US came in on the side of the Allies then. And that is a colossal question for across the whole of Europe, because if they don't manage to get the US back on side, is that something they're prepared to do? I'm sure that would involve much greater hike in defence spending and a real national conversation about the role of the military in society. So ideally, what they want to do is hope that the diplomacy, all those hours that they've put in with trying to get Donald Trump on side, can actually pay off in time to get a peace process back on track.
Amanda, for now, thank you very much indeed. As we were telling our viewers, we are anticipating the arrival of President Zelensky to Downing Street this afternoon. Not exactly sure when, but we will take you live there for his arrival as and when. Who knows, maybe he'll be wearing a suit for this meeting. You're watching Sky News Today. Do stay with us. Coming up, Vatican sources say the Pope is not out of danger after he suffered what has been described as a breathing crisis yesterday.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now.
It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon.
Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes.
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits coming in still.
We were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target. Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world. Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa! Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Well, the Vatican says Pope Francis had a peaceful night, but is still wearing a full oxygen mask after a serious setback yesterday. The 88-year-old pontiff suffered a bronchial spasm and needed his lungs cleared. Vatican sources have said today that he is not out of danger and his condition remains complex. Sky's Lisa Holland is in Vatican City.
We're getting some information from Vatican sources, everybody clearly very keen to know how the Pope is today, given this medical crisis yesterday. Remember, he's been in hospital for over 2 weeks now for treatment for pneumonia in both lungs. And then things had appeared to have got slightly better over the course of recent days. And then yesterday, we were told that there had been something of a downturn, which required quite heavy intervention as it's been portrayed from Vatican sources. So in the context yesterday that the Pope had a severe coughing fit and then inhaled vomit and then required oxygen via a mask which was over his nose and his mouth. Today on that, Vatican sources are saying the Pope woke up. No further medical crises have happened since yesterday, but he is still undergoing what they're describing as non-invasive ventilation. Now, what they're also saying is it's possible yesterday that he underwent invasive treatment. It's impossible to say exactly what that means. The Vatican sources won't comment further on that, but it obviously gives you a sense that yesterday was quite a worrying moment. Just a little bit of information with regards to the weekend and the regularity of the Catholic Church's normal Sunday masses. They're saying that there will be an Angelus text which will be sent out to us. Obviously, it's not going to be delivered in person by Pope Francis. This morning's update earlier this morning that they just said that the Pope had a peaceful night, no mention of having breakfast. Yesterday morning they said, for example, that he had read the newspapers, and also no description currently as to what the Pope's condition is. Remember, he had been in a critical condition. It was a week ago when his own doctors at the Gemelli Hospital during a news conference had said that the Pope was not out of danger. But then a couple of days ago, doctors gave some sense of improvement when they said his condition had gone from critical to complex. But currently, as a result of yesterday's medical incident, it's not clear whether they are describing his condition as complex or critical. But we expect to have a bulletin from the Vatican towards the early evening today.
That was Lisa Holland at the Vatican. We'll bring you further updates later. Now for a check on the weather.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, it's a quiet start to March with a largely dry and settled weekend, although the northwest will be wet and windy. A band of rain in the northwest will ease as it moves southeastwards across Northern Ireland, Scotland and Ireland today. Meanwhile, overnight fog will lift and clear to leave a fine and dry day for much of England and Wales with light winds, sunny spells. By the time that rain band reaches Northern England and North Wales, it will be a zone of thicker cloud and patchy drizzle.
A bright start and always a warm welcome. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up, Volodymyr Zelenskyy arrives in the UK following his very public falling out with Donald Trump. He'll be meeting Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer later today. Welcome back. The Ukrainian president has landed in the UK after his astonishing clash with Donald Trump yesterday. Volodymyr Zelenskyy, who is here for a summit of European leaders tomorrow, is actually going to meet Sir Keir Starmer this afternoon. It's not clear if that meeting was brought forward because of what happened at the White House. Well, this was the scene at Stansted Airport, just north of London earlier. European leaders, many of whom will be at tomorrow's meeting, came out in force last night to issue their messages of support for President Zelensky following that bruising meeting in the Oval Office. Well, I'm joined now by Olga Tokariuk, who's Academy Associate in the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House. So good to speak to you this afternoon. Could we start the conversation, please, by you telling us what your reaction was to what you saw in the Oval Office yesterday?
Hello, and thank you for having me. Well, I think my reaction, as many others, was a shock and disbelief. Although the signs were there, you know, the developments and statements that preceded this meeting, they were also kind of quite telling of the change of the U.S. administration, U.S. new administration approach to Ukraine and the attitude towards Ukrainian leadership. So last week, Donald Trump called President Zelensky a dictator. He blamed Ukraine for starting the war. There were very heated negotiations over the minerals deal, which initially was heavily in the U.S. favor without actually providing Ukraine any, reassurance about continued U.S. support. So the parties seem to have reached some compromise on that deal. But then, you know, that attitude and that kind of distrust that clearly is there on behalf of the U.S. To Ukraine and to the Ukrainian President Zelensky, it was manifested very much during that meeting yesterday in the White House when both President Trump and Vice President Vance, they started accusing President Zelensky of being ungrateful, of, unwilling to make peace, and Vice President even mentioned, propaganda tours that Zelensky was taking other leaders on in Ukraine. So Zelensky couldn't just stay silent, so he responded, and that in the end ended in this very heated exchange, and no deal was signed, and Zelensky had to leave the White House abruptly. But, the reaction in Ukraine was also, like, people were shocked. They were very disappointed with the attitude that President Zelensky received in the White House. There is a feeling of betrayal. There is a feeling that the U.S. is not on Ukraine's side anymore. But there is also a ramped up support to President. People feel he behaved with dignity, President Zelensky, that he was speaking on behalf of Ukrainians who have been standing up for more than 3 years to a much bigger country, Russia, that attacked Ukraine without, any provocation in an unconditional, unprovoked invasion 3 years ago.
But so much was riding on that meeting, and it's not difficult to know how President Trump works. What his agenda is, what flatters his ego. And I just wonder whether you think President Zelensky handled it as deftly as he might have done to start off the conversation by talking about how America had more or less stood back and allowed President Putin to take parts of Ukraine in 2014 with impunity.
Well, President Zelensky started yesterday's meeting with thanks to the American people, to the American leadership for their continued support of Ukraine. He's been issuing statements thanking Americans for the last 3 years many times. So clearly, there are things that maybe could have been handled better by President Zelensky. However, I would say that I'm not sure it would have changed, the kind of how this meeting went, because the attitude on the U.S. side was clearly there before the meeting. And, even comparing to previous meetings with Keir Starmer, with President Macron in the White House earlier this week, when they contradicted Donald Trump, they didn't get, such heated remarks, and they were not interrupted. They were not spoken over like President Zelensky was. So I'm not sure, how much President Zelensky could have done to avoid this situation.
Can you envisage a scenario where President Zelensky would agree to a ceasefire without some of the security guarantees that he's seeking?
I do not think so. And actually, President Zelensky just issued a series of tweets this morning, just before arriving to London, in which he said that the US remains a strategic partner to Ukraine despite a tough dialogue. That's how he put it. And that he also said that Ukraine is ready to sign the deal, the minerals deal with the US. But Ukraine really needs to, be given some security guarantees, because it doesn't make sense to sign a piece of paper which then is worth nothing. And, Ukraine already has a lot of experience of signing deals that were not respected in 1994 when it gave up its nuclear weapons in exchange of security guarantees, from the US, the UK, Russia. But then when it was invaded by Russia, nothing happened. Its sovereignty was not protected. So Ukraine has that experience of signing meaningless deals. And President Zelensky knows well it just doesn't make sense, to sign a deal when Ukraine doesn't get anything in return. And clearly, the US administration was refusing to provide that guarantee. They were putting much more pressure on Ukraine than on Russia. That was very visible, repeating, all the Russian narratives, claims that Ukraine was responsible for the war, that Ukraine does not want peace, whereas President Putin, in view of the US president, wants peace. So it was, clear that the US is not on Ukraine's side in this deal, in this conversation, and that's why it ended the way it ended.
If Ukraine can't bank on further support from the United States, how confident are you that the European leaders are going to come up with enough to help you carry on?
Well, I think it is in the interest of Europe to help Ukraine fend off Russia, because, if Ukraine falls, Europe is next. And I think there is now very sober realization after especially yesterday's exchange in the White House in Europe that Europe cannot count on the US to hold their back and to defend them in case, if Russia attacks a European country next. So that kind of security guarantee, that NATO provided, the transatlantic unity, it's over. The White House, the America now, is not a reliable partner, is not, somebody to be trusted with European security. So it is not only for Ukraine that Europe needs to get its act together and to ramp up defense spending and continue supporting Ukraine, but it's also in the interest of Europe itself.
OK, Olga Tokariuk, thank you for your analysis on Sky News with us this afternoon. This is a live shot outside number 10, where Sir Keir Starmer is awaiting his visit from President Zelensky, who touched down on UK soil within the last hour at Stansted Airport after that bruising encounter with Donald Trump yesterday. He will have a lot to talk about, Sir Keir Starmer, with, of course, the UK Prime Minister, the last world leader to see Donald Trump before his meeting with President Zelensky. He's also hosting European leaders in London tomorrow. Much will be on that agenda as well. We're not sure exactly what his arrival time is to Downing Street, but we will be taking you there live when he arrives. To the United States now, where police say that Gene Hackman and his wife did not die of carbon monoxide poisoning. The two-time Oscar winner and his wife, Betsy Arakawa, were found dead in separate rooms in their home.
Trust in politics is at an all-time low. What's going wrong and can we fix it? It's from Liz. She wants to know, why is there still no sign of the Labour Party electing a woman as leader?
It's sort of embarrassing. You know, it takes a very strong man to be leader, but it takes an even stronger man to support a woman for leader.
If you want to be mean to politicians, like, crack on. The activists that go out and make elections happen, I kind of feel like just don't be horrible to them. Be polite to them in the same way that they're polite to you.
Keir Starmer has got us into government with a big majority. He was completely clear before the election that he wasn't going to be able to do the two-child benefit policy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't an early thing that comes along.
I went up to Gordon Brown and said, hello. No, yes, what is it? I said, found all these Tory candidates breaking land. Let me see it. This is brilliant.
You are on Sky News. Welcome to the BAFTAs.
I'm Katie Spencer, Sky's arts and entertainment correspondent. And from the BAFTAs to the Brit Awards, the Oscars to the Olivier's, our entertainment team is here interviewing some of the biggest stars in the world.
This is the story of the night. It's the little independent film that could.
Sky News, the full story first, free wherever you get your news.
We're trying to see as much as we can.
We start with breaking news.
I am Anna Botting.
It's been quite some day.
The golden age of America begins right now.
A long-awaited ceasefire is now underway.
First question, Sky News.
Congratulations, this is a huge moment.
Describe this feeling. It's incredible.
Now to California.
The Democratic mayor of Los Angeles cut the fire department budget.
Do you owe citizens an apology? Have you nothing to say today?
Jane Secker, Sky News. Would you like to respond to us now?
I've never seen anything like this.
Beth Rigby, Sky News.
In principle, would you agree to do that?
Criticism of you, the president, is banned. How is this a fair election?
Historic day here today.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere, waiting to see what the president might do next.
I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello again. Police want the freedom to release more details of some investigations in an effort to prevent misinformation. The National Police Chiefs Council, the College of Policing and Counter-Terrorism Policing say that they should be allowed to say more when a tipping point is reached and accusations of a cover-up could result in violence. It follows the Southport attack in July, when misinformation about the attacker snowballed on social media, leading to riots across the UK. Well, joining me now is the police commentator, Graham Wetton. Graham, always good to have you in the studio. You think this has been a long time coming, don't you?
Yeah, I think the justice system, the justice process, this is about a review into the contempt of court laws. So I think it's right the justice system should have a look at it. We live in a 24/7 world where online news, online media, etc. is available to everybody. And I think UK public look at information that's released by other countries and wonder why in this country the police service, it looks like it's the police, cannot release more information about certain cases. Details of religious motivation, etc., ideologies. The Southport attack was a prime example of misinformation being posted online, the public rightly getting upset and quite angry about it, and then we saw the disorder on the streets. And the police had the information, it could have negated that and countered it at an early stage.
Yeah, and then that creates a very difficult situation for police on the ground, doesn't it, as those tensions are bubbling up and over?
Yeah, it does, and that's difficult then for police chiefs who have the information that can counter this misleading and inaccurate online information that's being posted, that people are reading and believing. They're told when they ask the prosecution service, can we release this information? It's like, we're not too sure, it might prejudice a fair trial, so maybe don't release it yet. They then have to deal with the increasing disorder on the streets when they have the information that could negate that very quickly. It's very frustrating.
But laws around preserving the integrity of the judicial process are important, but from what you're saying, there's information that could be released and still preserve that integrity of the trial, but it isn't.
Yeah, I think the scales of justice should be balanced more. We, as I said, we live in such a world now where, and again, the justice laws haven't caught up with how much information is available online that the public can now read and see it. You can no longer wait for a trial to start to get the actual facts. Some of the inaccurate facts are being posted online. And policing needs the ability to negate that very quickly, to stop disorder occurring and to actually stop those misleading facts being believed by people, being believed by the public. So policing needs the ability to do this. So the justice system needs to look at this and on certain cases, in certain instances, allow the police to release slightly more information that still won't prejudice the trial. But that is a fundamental right for people.
The example of Austria gets mentioned a lot, doesn't it, around the Taylor Swift concert and the potential terror attack there. Talk us through that and, you know, what the parallels might be.
Well, again, she came to the UK after that, and we held, you know, the concerts were held here with a review of the security arrangements, etc. The Austrian police released a lot more information than we would have done probably in this country. They released the details of the substances found, the motivation, the ideologies, the details of the suspects. A lot of information which my experience in the UK, the prosecution service wouldn't have allowed the police to release. So far more context and detail. American authorities do the same. You know, I watch American press briefings after an incident, and they'll tell you the incident they were called to, the time they arrived, the units they deployed, what they found when they got there. There's a lot more context across the globe in information released to the media and the public than there is in the UK, and we still sit behind these fairly ancient and old contempt laws around right to a fair trial. It's a fundamental principle of justice system, but there needs to be balance now with the amount of information. And it also references, I think, in the report, people with a higher profile in society need to be careful as well of what they post online and what they say publicly at the start of incidents, because they carry a lot more weight if they hold a position of authority and the public see and hear people say things because of some information they've read online, which they may not have proved either the corroboration or the source of it.
So if we're applying a much more conservative lens on this and balancing the risks in a much more conservative way than other countries, how realistic is it, do you think, that you're going to get what police are calling for? And why do you think we are more conservative here?
I think we're conservative because our justice processes, the contempt of court laws, go back such a long way. That hasn't caught up with modern society. Policing, UK policing, hasn't caught up with modern society in respect of online forums, online chat, you know, people discussing things. There's been numerous cases over the last 5-10 years where there's been speculation online, people have reacted to it and then come out and formed their own theories. And those theories then get posted, they get reposted, more people read it, and before you can react to it, policing can react to it, it suddenly becomes, in inverted commas, the truth. People believe it as the truth. By the time you come out and say, actually, that is inaccurate, we've now got evidence, we've had evidence, now we can share it with you, they don't believe it. They start to think there's a conspiracy going on or you're trying to mislead them. So I think the justice system needs to look at this very carefully and just redress the balance a bit and give policing the opportunity to negate any misleading and inaccurate facts that are posted. But
given all you've said about the tradition around the preserving the legal process, do you think there's going to be any change?
I'd like to think there is, because we've seen in the last couple of years with various incidents, Southport, the Nicola Bulley case, there are things being posted online that people are reacting to. Sometimes it results in disorder, sometimes it just results in lots of people coming out and posting inaccurate facts. The policing have to release even more information than they actually want to. If they'd been allowed to release it early on, it would have negated an awful lot of speculation in the Bulley case as one prime example, but again in Southport as well. So I think this review needs to seriously consider giving the police, trusting them with the knowledge. They understand the justice system, they understand the right to a fair trial and evidentially what can be released. They have the information, they need to have the ability, if it's required, and not every case will need it, but if it's required, certain cases will need people to, or the police to be able to release factual information that the investigators have corroborated and proved that negates any false and misleading accounts online.
OK. All right, Graham, as ever, always great to get your analysis. Thank you. Let's take a look at the weekend's weather.
The ideal atmosphere, whatever the altitude. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, it's a quiet start to March with a largely dry and settled weekend, although the northwest will be wet and windy at times. A band of rain in the northwest will ease as it moves southeastwards across Northern Ireland, Scotland and Ireland today. Meanwhile, overnight fog will lift and clear to leave a fine and dry day for much of England and Wales, with light winds and sunny spells. By the time the rain band reaches northern England and North Wales, it will be a zone of thicker cloud and patchy drizzle. Clear spells and blustery showers will follow into the far north. It stays windy with scattered showers in the far north overnight. Otherwise, that band of low cloud and drizzle will stall across central areas of the UK. Either side of the rain band, there will be clear spells along with frost and fog patches. Most places will be fine and dry with sunny spells on Sunday, although northern England and Wales will be cloudier.
Breathtaking views with clear skies ahead. Qatar Airways sponsors the weather.
You're watching Sky News Today. Do stay with us till after the break. President Zelensky of Ukraine has touched down on UK soil. That was his plane landing at Stansted Airport within the last hour. There's his convoy of cars taking him into central London. He was only due to meet Prime Minister Keir Starmer tomorrow ahead of a meeting with European leaders to discuss the security in Europe and other pressing matters. Tomorrow, that meeting has been moved forward to today. We're not sure what time that will be, but we will be keeping a close eye on potential arrivals at Downing Street for you. Do stay with us till the top of the hour. This is Sky News Today. It is 1 o'clock. The headlines. Volodymyr Zelensky lands in London and will soon head to Downing Street for a meeting with Sir Keir Starmer.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now.
It follows on from the astonishing row with President Trump in front of the world's cameras. Ukraine's president says his country should be heard and not forgotten. President Trump calls him a big shot.
You can't embolden somebody that does not have the cards, and all of a sudden that person says, oh, well, now I can keep fighting. We're not going to keep fighting. You're going to get the war done or let them go and see what happens. Let them fight it out.
We're expecting the Ukrainian president to arrive in Downing Street this afternoon. We will bring you that moment live. Vatican sources say the Pope is not out of danger after what is being described as a breathing crisis yesterday. Investigators find Hollywood actor Gene Hackman and his wife may have died 10 days ago. As Hollywood gears up for the Oscars, we report on how Los Angeles is still reeling from last month's devastating wildfires. Very good afternoon. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy will meet Sir Keir Starmer in Downing Street this afternoon. The two men will hold talks after an astonishing clash at the White House yesterday, when a meeting in the Oval Office between Mr. Zelensky and Donald Trump turned into a diplomatic meltdown. Volodymyr Zelenskyy landed at Stansted Airport just north of London earlier. European leaders, many of whom will be in London tomorrow themselves for a meeting hosted by Sir Keir Starmer, came out in force last night to issue their messages of support. That was the plane with the Ukrainian president disembarking there after his transatlantic flight back from Washington and his convoy there departing. He is due to meet Sir Keir Starmer this afternoon. We don't know exactly when that will be, but we do know that it will be this afternoon. But we can bring in our political correspondent, Amanda Akas, who is in Downing Street in anticipation of that arrival. Amanda, the fact that this meeting was originally supposed to happen tomorrow, ahead of the meeting with European leaders, has now been brought forward to today, really underscores the urgency and the precarity of the situation.
Absolutely. It highlights the really unprecedented nature of the fallout from that unprecedented public row in the Oval Office between the President of the United States, the Vice President, and President Zelensky, a man who is meant to be their ally, being castigated by them publicly. And Sir Keir Starmer now really very much at the centre of that sort of whirlwind of global diplomacy, which is the fallout from that as he hosts this meeting with President Zelensky later on today. Indeed, it seems President Zelensky has almost headed straight here after his early exit from the White House without signing that minerals deal, without holding that press conference there, getting on a plane in Washington, arriving in Stansted earlier on today, and then we're told he is coming to Downing Street later on this afternoon for talks with Sir Keir Starmer. Now, he has issued a statement on X on landing in the UK, really, I think, trying to mollify some of the criticisms that were levied at him by J.D. Vance in particular, that he hadn't expressed enough gratitude to the American people, or indeed to Donald Trump, for trying to bring about a peace negotiation, insisting that he is thankful, that the Ukrainian people are thankful to the American people, to Donald Trump, but also really sticking to his arguments, reiterating the point that the Russians can't be trusted to stick to ceasefire agreements without some kind of security guarantee, and insisting that he needs to hear from Donald Trump both a cast-iron security guarantee and also in what form, when that would happen, and saying only when we've got that will we be in a position to then take part in these peace negotiations, which at the moment they haven't been included in at the moment anyway. They've just been unilateral between the US and Russia. But that's really key. He hasn't yet signed that minerals deal, which Donald Trump was suggesting when Sir Keir Starmer went to visit him, that would provide a kind of de facto security guarantee, because there would be US contractors, US companies, US people on the ground involved in extracting the mineral wealth of Ukraine, and suggesting that therefore that would be enough as a deterrence to stop President Putin attacking again in future. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has repeatedly said he doesn't believe that that is enough. He said he is willing to put British troops on the ground alongside European allies as a part of a kind of peacekeeping force, but only if the US is willing to provide that kind of security guarantee, perhaps in the form of air cover. Well, that still needs to be discussed clearly. It's not something that Donald Trump, for all his warmth to Sir Keir Starmer when he was in the Oval Office earlier on this week, was willing to commit to, although he did make a point of saying that if British troops needed the US, then they would be there for them. So I think that's a bit of hope for Sir Keir Starmer, because what he's going to be trying to do, he's argued many times that he wants to act as a bridge between Europe and the US. This is really the moment of truth for him. All of those weeks and months of preparations for that visit between Sir Keir Starmer and Donald Trump, the flattery, that invitation that was pulled out at that meeting as a kind of flourish to try and get Donald Trump on side, that commitment to increase defence spending of the UK, all of that talk about the special relationship, he will be hoping that that will help him be able to publicly bring the two sides back together. That's what he's wanted to do. He's issued a statement himself last night saying the UK is unwavering in its support of President Zelensky. He's made that point repeatedly, spoken on the phone to President Trump, and now he'll be meeting in person with President Zelensky before that summit of other European leaders tomorrow.
For now, Amanda, thank you. We're coming back to you shortly. Now, meanwhile, President Trump has mocked Ukraine's President Zelensky, calling him a big shot after the two clashed at the White House. The meeting between the leaders turned into a diplomatic meltdown, with a later news conference cancelled and the Ukrainian told to leave the premises. European leaders have come out in support of Volodymyr Zelensky, who says he doesn't owe Donald Trump an apology, but that their relationship can be salvaged. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports.
There had been anticipation for this meeting, of course, but no one was prepared for how it would unfold. From the start, it was frosty, with a comment on his look.
He's all dressed up today.
Almost like belittlement from Trump to Zelensky. And from there, in the Oval Office...
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine.
It spiraled.
I want to see if we can get this thing done.
The trigger seemed to be the vice president's assertion that Zelensky's strategy with Biden had been flawed from the start.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
Zelensky said the failure was to trust Putin.
He broke this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
During the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
War.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not
cards.
playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm
Yeah,
very
you're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think
You're gambling with World War III.
Have you said thank you once this
a
entire
lot of
meeting?
times. No. You think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this.
I...
You have a damn good chance of
we
coming
are
out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't
You
have our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Unfolding in front of the world's cameras, a diplomatic earthquake.
But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think, huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
The mineral deal signing ceremony was off, the news conference too. Then Ukraine's presidential car pulled up to the West Wing again, everything changing fast.
Mr. President!
And Volodymyr Zelenskyy told to leave.
What an extraordinary moment this has been. A little under 3 hours inside the White House, and the Ukrainian president is off.
He stuck to a pre-planned interview with Fox News, where he was asked if he should apologize.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
Back on the South Lawn, on his way to Florida, the president had this.
From his standpoint, I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening.
In this moment now, it is hard to see quite where this goes from here, where Zelensky goes from here. He will head to London for Sunday's summit, to the arms of Europe's leaders, who will be as bewildered by all this as he surely is. Mark Stone, Sky News, at the White House.
Let's bring back in our political correspondent, Amanda Akas, who's at Downing Street awaiting the arrival of President Zelensky. Amanda, many of the European leaders have vocalized moral support of President Zelensky, but he's going to need a lot more than that, isn't he? And after that disastrous meeting in the White House, the stakes for this meeting tomorrow could not be higher.
Absolutely. Donald Trump has been talking about the risk of World War III, and I think many leaders coming to the summit at Lancaster House tomorrow will very much have the risk of conflict escalation on their minds, because this is an unprecedented situation. The US position in terms of withdrawing seemingly from the position of guaranteeing European security, which they've done since the Second World War, in sounding so very hostile to an ally in terms of President Zelensky, the stakes have completely changed. The situation is very different, and European leaders know that they have to react to that new world order. We've already seen Sir Keir Starmer, for example, talking about the increase in defence spending, the fact that he is bringing that forwards than what was expected. So the UK will be spending 2.5% of GDP by 2027. Donald Trump, of course, wants to see European nations spending 5% to take up more of the burden of that security, which the US has shouldered to such a degree in the years since the end of the Second World War. So that's clearly going to be a big topic. But really, the agenda for that summit tomorrow, to which there will be some 16 European leaders, including President Macron, including Ursula von der Leyen from the EU, including Mark Rutte of NATO, and of course, including President Zelensky. The agenda for that was really initially going to be about responding to what the US negotiations, where they got to so far with Russia in terms of the minerals deal that was meant to be signed yesterday by President Zelensky with the US, which Donald Trump had argued would lead to a kind of de facto security protection to Ukraine because of having US interests on the ground there. Now, the question really is, well, what happens if we have to go it alone? Can we go it alone? Europeans haven't been spending the levels on defence that would need to be done in order to do that. The bulk of the military aid going to Ukraine at the moment has been coming from the US. Yes, there's been a lot of money coming from other countries, the UK, Germany, France. The UK and France have said that they are willing to put troops on the ground as part of a peacekeeping arrangement if there is a deal and if there are those US security guarantees. Now, President Zelensky has said now since landing at Stansted that he wants the US to stand more firmly on his side. He is still insisting that those US security guarantees are necessary. That's always been Sir Keir Starmer's position too, as well as President Macron's. But I think the signalling we're getting from the US is that that isn't a guarantee. That's very much the sense that we got from President Trump, that that's not necessarily on the table. And I think Sir Keir Starmer will be hoping he can rely on the kind of rapport that he has developed with President Trump to help be a bridge between the Europeans and the US as they meet for that summit tomorrow. And it's a busy day tomorrow. So he's got Zelensky today meeting, because that meeting has been brought ahead, but then he's got a phone conversation with leaders of the Baltic states tomorrow. Giorgia Meloni, he's having a bilateral meeting, and then that summit later on tomorrow. So all eyes will be on London tomorrow.
Amanda, for now, thank you. Now, the Vatican says that Pope Francis had a peaceful night, although is still wearing a full oxygen mask after a serious setback yesterday. The 88-year-old pontiff suffered a bronchial spasm and needed his lungs cleared. Vatican sources have said today that he is not out of danger and his condition remains complex. Sky's Lisa Holland has this update from Vatican City.
We're getting some information from Vatican sources. Everybody clearly very keen to know how the Pope is today, given this medical crisis yesterday. Remember, he's been in hospital for over 2 weeks now for treatment.
What time do you think you're going in? 4:30?
I was told to be ready from sort of 4:30 for a 5:15 arrival. Sky is supposed to come and take over at some point. And Eve will be there at 3 to do lives on the channel.
Guy's doing a full arrival.
Yes, I believe so, yeah. Yeah, that's the plan. But I'm guessing in theory Neve will be live as well, so take her. I think Sky will be doing the pool. That's the only thing I'll say. You're more than welcome, but you might get asked to move.
Okay, yeah, I need to. Can I sit on my truck?
Sound. Not my place to say, but if he gets there, he wants. That's your always have with him. That's you always have with him.
I'm hoping to be going.
Yeah.
today, and this meeting between Zelensky and Trump really wasn't meant to go that way from the British perspective either. On Thursday, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer held most people down in the street saw it as a very successful visit to the White House and a very warm, cordial meeting with Donald Trump. And even though he did not manage to extract any US security guarantees from Ukraine, which was one of his goals there, it was seen as a very successful laying of the groundwork for the visit of President Zelensky just 1 week later. But as we of course know now, that had gone disastrously wrong. So Volodymyr Zelensky is now on his way to meet Keir Starmer, with both of them trying to figure out what to do next. And there could be an important role for Keir Starmer here. We know that he had spoken to both Donald Trump and Zelensky last night, Friday night, after that tense meeting in the White House. So there could potentially be a role for him now to be a bridge between Washington and between Brussels and Ukraine because of that very special ambiguous relationship. It's been pretty universal support when it comes to European leaders for Ukraine. The French President Macron saying that it is important to remember who the aggressor in this conflict is, and that is Russia. Similar statements coming from the leaders of Austria, Poland, and the Czech Republic. One outlier there was the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who thanked Donald Trump for what he called his bravery in standing for peace, but really he was the odd voice there in what is universally pretty much supporting Ukraine. Now, the meeting of these European leaders here in London was already in the books before this disastrous fallout between Trump and Zelensky. However, now it's taking on even more heightened importance because these European leaders are now facing a real prospect of America no longer supporting Ukraine militarily. They have to see if they can step up to the plate and fill that void, which many believe is very difficult.
Just the sort of pleasant. Yeah. Yeah.
You go in, they've finally cleared you.
I had to have lunch first.
Oh, yeah, that's it. We'll check their emails.
I would love to come out from inside with my car in front of me.
I was just going to say, I'm off, see you later.
I've done it once before.
Yeah. Last time I did it was loaded in there and back on years ago.
No, there were people
Yeah, with our van. Nice to see you, mate, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Option screen, yeah. See you later, Simon.
be honest. I presume you didn't say.
Blend in.
Martin, how are you doing? This could be Karen's shop, this could be a clear shop. Oh, right, yeah, so yeah. I'm down there. She's a manager? Yeah, she is. Just quite a few outlets.
serissimo confronto con l'amministrazione.
Investigators find Hollywood actor Gene Hackman and his wife may have died 10 days before they were found. As Hollywood gears up for the Oscars, we report on how Los Angeles is still reeling from last month's devastating wildfires. Good afternoon. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy will meet Sir Keir Starmer in Downing Street this afternoon. The two men will hold talks after an astonishing clash at the White House yesterday, when a meeting in the Oval Office between Mr. Zelensky and President Donald Trump turned into a diplomatic meltdown. President Zelensky landed at Stansted Airport just north of London earlier on, and European leaders, many of whom will be in London tomorrow for a meeting hosted by Keir Starmer, came out in force last night to issue messages of support for him. Sky's Nick Martin is in Downing Street for us this afternoon, and this has taken on added importance, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, much of the plan's been ripped up, as has the timetable, and everything has changed as a result of what we saw in the Oval Office yesterday. In the next few hours here at Downing Street, we expect to see the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy meet and shake hands with Sir Keir Starmer. And what a meeting that will be now. Not the meeting that they thought it would be, and it wasn't even meant to be today. It was scheduled for tomorrow. But as I say, everything has changed. And, you know, one can only imagine what Volodymyr Zelenskyy must be feeling as he left on that plane from Washington, D.C. to come back across the Atlantic to London. And he will want to feel some solidarity now from not only Keir Starmer, but those European leaders who will be coming to London for that summit tomorrow. You know, some of the most memorable moments from yesterday's meeting was when Donald Trump started really to berate Volodymyr Zelenskyy, saying, "You're gambling with World War III, your soldiers are dying, you don't have any cards to play." It really was a disastrous decline in relations. And, you know, one of the big reasons why Volodymyr Zelenskyy went to Washington, D.C. was to try and secure some of those security guarantees from the United States. And he left absolutely empty-handed. And that really does raise the stakes now. And it increases the risk for peace in Ukraine, which is something that European leaders and Keir Starmer will want to try and repair. You know, what should have been a kind of bit of a moment for Volodymyr Zelenskyy has turned into a bit of a disaster, and he'll want to try and repair that. And that's what we'll probably try and get a sense of today when he meets the Prime Minister on the steps here in just a few hours' time. And this meeting of summits tomorrow is never more important than it is now. They will try to figure out how Europe can put on a united front, especially to try and bring President Trump back into the fold. We've seen things like defence spending increase from Keir Starmer, a sign to Donald Trump that they are willing to pull their weight. And those 16 leaders of European countries tomorrow, including Ursula von der Leyen of the EU, Mark Rutte from NATO, will try and put on a united front. But as I said at the beginning, it's all changed. The timetable's been torn up, the agenda is being rewritten, and the stakes have never been higher, Matt.
And here, Nick, the woman who would like to be the next Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, has been talking of her support for Keir Starmer's decision-making on defence. Tell us more about that.
Well, that'll certainly be a welcome sign from the leader of opposition towards the Prime Minister. She will know that he is now facing quite a difficult situation for our national security, but also for lasting peace in Ukraine. Now, this is all about sending messages to Donald Trump that Britain and Europe are serious about pulling their weight and trying to complement the millions of pounds, billions of pounds that have been spent by the United States. Now, last week, the Prime Minister said that he would increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2027. The sort of the loser of that would be that we're cutting our international aid budget, and he lost a minister yesterday because of that. But Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservatives, the leader of the opposition, said that it is time that Britain considers increasing defence spending even more. This is what she said today.
we should not be doing anything that is against UK national interest. Our national interest right now is being a bridge between the US and Europe, creating a strong NATO that can help defend against Russia. Right now, that seems to be in peril. And what we need to do is look at all of the options that we have in the short term, like I've described, but also in the long term. We need to start increasing capacity. It's not just about spend. What can we do to rearm now? We should be looking at the amount that we do want to spend in the longer term. We should be talking about 3% very, very quickly. How can we get to that maybe by 2032, maybe even by 2030? But those are the serious questions that we need to be asking.
So where does all this leave us now? If Volodymyr Zelensky had left the United States with perhaps some guarantees that the US would continue to support the war, then it would have been a lot easier today and tomorrow for Europe to try and figure a way through. Remember, France and Britain have already said that they would put boots on the ground in a peacekeeping capacity. But the caveat to that is that the United States falls in behind providing things like air support, surveillance support, satellite imagery. That at the moment is not on the table, and that is a real risk to British and French and others' commitments to the peace/war effort. And the key thing now is that European leaders will try to figure out how to get Donald Trump back on side. Keir Starmer, of course, is now at the fulcrum of this. He had a very, very positive meeting with Donald Trump in the Oval Office the day before yesterday. He will want to try and capitalise on that, whilst at the same time trying to show his support for Ukraine. It is in many ways an unenviable situation, one not without risk, one with potential rewards. He is now a kind of peacemaker character between Volodymyr Zelensky and Donald Trump. It's a critical role, but ultimately, that relationship between the UK and the US needs to come back together if Ukraine has any chance of being able to fend off the Russian assault. At the same time, Europe needs to start sending some very strong messages that it too is willing to pull its weight. But, you know, without a US security guarantee, it is very hard to see how that could happen.
Nick, just one more question to put to you, and lines are starting to emerge now ahead of that meeting of European leaders in the UK with Keir Starmer tomorrow. Poland's President Duda has said in the past few minutes that President Zelensky should get back to the negotiating table. He says, the President Duda says, "I see no other power in the world than the US that could stop Russian aggression on Ukraine." Look, Poland has a vested interest in this, given where it is in the whole situation, and also is spending vast amounts of its GDP, something like 4% of its GDP, on its defence. Just one more point to make as well. Donald Tusk, the Polish Prime Minister, was one of the first to publicly support Volodymyr Zelensky himself rather than Ukraine after that situation in the Oval Office yesterday. But you can see now they're all coming together, and there's going to be, well, quite a heated debate as to what happens next regarding the US.
Well, no surprise that Mr. Duda is making those comments. The stakes are massive for Poland. They are spending more money than they can afford trying to shore up their own borders. And it is very, very close to home, this conflict for Poland. And, you know, the politicians in Poland have also got their work cut out, persuading their own citizens that this is going to work. And, you know, the failure of the talks yesterday have huge knock-on effects for nations surrounding Ukraine, but also other European nations as well, which is why, in a way, this summit is really quite important, pivotal and well-timed. Tomorrow, they're all going to be here in London, all going to be around the table. President Zelensky, I would imagine, will feel some love from them, but I think there'll also be some pressure on him to come through and to try to repair himself that relationship with Donald Trump. So it's no surprise that nations like Poland are now looking towards President Zelensky and saying, it didn't go to plan, but we can't just give up now, and perhaps you need to get back over there and try and repair the relationship between Donald Trump. Because, as I said earlier, the US are absolutely pivotal. They are the peace hinge-pin to all of this. And without Donald Trump on side, then, you know, it's hard to see a way through. And, you know, the ultimate winner of all of this, as we stand at the moment, is Vladimir Putin, who must be rubbing his hands with glee to see some of these relationships collapse. Poland, Slovenia, Slovakia, all of those neighbouring countries of Ukraine have a huge vested interest in peace talks working. Britain, France, who are already committing troops in a peacekeeping capacity, know that they cannot do that without the United States. So it all comes back to the United States. And that's why yesterday's meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky was so dangerous, disastrous. It was a descent that nobody had seen coming. And it really does impact everything that goes forward. So today, it'll be interesting to see the Prime Minister and Volodymyr Zelensky together, how Keir Starmer plays this in front of the camera. He'll have one eye on Donald Trump, not wanting to appear that he's taking, one side in particular. And those talks tomorrow, crucial to finding a way forward for Europe through this and getting the United States back on board.
Nick in Downing Street, thank you very much indeed. We're expecting some movement there involving the arrival of Volodymyr Zelensky in a couple of hours' time. So stay with Sky News. We'll bring you those pictures live when they happen. Well, the meeting today comes after those extraordinary scenes at the White House that Nick was referencing there at the end, where President Trump clashed with President Zelensky. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports now on how that meeting between the two leaders turned into a very public falling out.
There had been anticipation for this meeting, of course, but no one was prepared for how it would unfold. From the start, it was frosty, with a comment on his look.
He's all dressed up today.
Almost like belittlement from Trump to Zelensky. And from there, in the Oval Office...
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine.
It spiraled.
I want to see if we can get this thing done.
The trigger seemed to be the vice president's assertion that Zelensky's strategy with Biden had been flawed from the start.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
Zelensky said the failure was to trust Putin.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
During the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
War.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
cards. I'm not playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
Yeah,
you're playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting?
No. You think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I answer?
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
you
and not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and you men are brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
if
you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Unfolding in front of the world's cameras, a diplomatic earthquake.
But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
The mineral deal signing ceremony was off, the news conference too. Then Ukraine's presidential car pulled up to the West Wing again, everything changing fast.
Mr. President!
And Volodymyr Zelensky told to leave.
What an extraordinary moment this has been. A little under 3 hours inside the White House, and the Ukrainian president is off.
He stuck to a pre-planned interview with Fox News, where he was asked if he should apologize.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
Back on the South Lawn, on his way to Florida, the president had this.
From his standpoint, I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up as strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening.
In this moment now, it is hard to see quite where this goes from here, where Zelensky goes from here. He will head to London for Sunday's summit, to the arms of Europe's leaders, who will be as bewildered by all this as he surely is. Mark Stone, Sky News, at the White House.
Our defence and security editor Deborah Haynes has been getting reaction in Kyiv as Ukrainians woke up to the scenes that played out last night in Washington.
How did you feel when you heard Donald Trump talking to your president as he did yesterday?
I feel shocked because we are accustomed, the Americans are our allies, and it was very, very rude. I suppose that this situation was provoked by White House, and I had very bad impressions of what happened yesterday.
It's very terrible. Every day, hundreds of people are dying, and bombing every night. It's all terrible because we are all in blood and nobody wants to help us. We don't know what to do. We ask the world to help us to stop this war, finally. But from yesterday's news, I don't know what to expect.
His answer was strong. It wasn't easy to him because he was in the room, one of the Ukrainians in the room. And I think I support him. I trust his guts because from what we saw, what Ukraine could achieve on the international stage for the last 3 years, it was impressive. And I don't know, like if we could achieve such achievements, if we were classically diplomatic.
So you have confidence in him and you still want him as your president?
Yes, definitely. But I don't have confidence what will happen next.
Next, the Vatican says Pope Francis had a peaceful night but is still wearing an oxygen mask after a serious setback yesterday. The 88-year-old suffered a bronchial spasm and needed to have his lungs cleared. Vatican sources have said today he is not out of danger and his condition remains complex. Sky's Lisa Holland is in Vatican City.
We're getting some information from Vatican sources.
Yeah, I know. I was just looking for that because I saw the ASPs here, right? Thanks. No worries. Sorry. Cheers.
It's not me. like an Uber driver. I have to take one from
Oh, this is
on the roads. Very.
There are more public toilets than.
No, exactly.
Oh, here's the thing. Stop. Sorry.
It's very generous.
This is a bit like the actresses actually now it's just like the game is recording. Yeah.
the next couple of hours, Lewis. He lands at Stansted Airport this morning, just before midday this morning, and we're expecting that visit, perhaps a handshake with Keir Starmer on the front step of Downing Street. Posing an interesting challenge, though, for Keir Starmer. How do you handle such a complex situation? Keir Starmer didn't tweet last night like many European leaders. Instead, Downing Street released a spokesperson quote saying that he'd both spoken to President Trump and President Zelensky, and also saying that he had unwavering support for Ukraine and is doing all he can to find a path forward. He finds himself, Keir Starmer, in a fascinating position. Because of President Trump's hostility to the European Union, he is one of the few leaders who can really perhaps broker some form of impasse between the US and Ukraine. Mark Rutte may be involved as well, the NATO Secretary General on this programme in the last hour, who seemed to be mildly rebuking President Zelensky and also saying that President Trump should be credited for the US's help. I think that may be something possibly that Keir Starmer echoes, because of course it's not just about what President Zelensky hears, what the man in the White House hears from this meeting that we're expecting in the next couple of hours.
No, I did not. I'll start thinking about it now. So glad I went to get that sandwich.
Hello, who's that, sorry? Yes, but I think at the top of the five, I'm yours, basically. So PM, we're going to try and pre-whack about 4:30. And the bulletin is at like 5:25. So as long as it's right on time, which I'm sure it won't be, I can give you sort of the first 15, 20 minutes, I suppose. 5:15 is the time of briefing, not for use. Right, no, I stopped. So I said this. I mean, yes, but he's been late. He was late at the White House. Starmer was late at the White House. I mean, and I think definitely, I will definitely be here top of 5. Yeah.
I've got it.
Well, it's better, isn't it? The fishing is D6, yeah. It's better.
Have I switched on my mic? I have switched on my mic. I could just check.
And it's like, it's razor sharp.
Hi, I've got you. Sure. We're expecting President Volodymyr Zelenskyy to come to Downing Street in the next few hours for a meeting with the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. I think that was brought forward. It wasn't meant to happen until tomorrow. Is that okay for you? Or no worries.
Yes.
Is like arriving. I'm sure they'll get it on
When I go silent.
for us to get it to yeah.
Shall I carry on?
But not. Yeah. So you could pick it
Oh, God, yeah. The man online was down there. The man online was down
Yes. Okay, so quite a brief throw into a Landale package, and then that's coming off him off a throw from Ben, isn't it? That's not like a live top. That's like a.
Maybe they just don't know the same. Well, so the people that got it done around Regent's Park, they were riding trench runs.
Helen May
So
together.
they're having to look at what it says on the mark. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Handed in his Nokia dumb phone.
Yes, a crucial weekend will be the sort of second throw.
Shit camera.
Milo that you can't argue. No, that yeah, well that's it. I'm just sorry. I'm not going to order it. That's the fascination.
Okay. Shots will look at the camera.
I've got two. No.
Brilliant. Right. Cool. Thank you so much. The one thing I'm just going to see, I don't know, I can see don't want to be, if she's late, they don't want to keep on doing it. Because we don't have two prices. So you can sort of like clear cut of one of the yeah, I think it's all out by off the channel yeah. Past, that's fine. But anything close, like this,
No, I didn't tell you.
Can I sorry, say 20 past all when Zelensky jumps in, you know what I mean? So if he's already in, I don't want to add anything.
That's cute.
So I'm not involved.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was supposed to be the office.
I went to see my God.
It's a lot of fun. Do you know who took the 18th level? It's not you, right?
It was. We'll keep it. And it's so he said he reached out but what happens? What happens? I mean, I can't.
Yeah.
Hello.
I can't. No, camera. She loved it.
I just can't.
I mean, everyone thinks it's going to be fairly smooth, but no one knows the truth.
I'm not ready to do that.
Okay, well, no, you're right, it's not that cold. We're also like, we'll be here. Just give her a holler when you're close.
Yeah. So also give us a heads up. Sure. Okay. When?
Yes. Well, yeah, you can't work it out. It's like a third. So.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, when you come. Yeah, I'll be waving like a mad one. Sure. No worries. Yeah.
Yes.
Did you hear that? Not on till 12 past.
Well, this is on the other side. That's why I asked. I was thinking,
He's gone. Sorry, sir. Sorry. Doing live.
Is you live?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Hello.
You know what I've done, don't you? Yeah. Wasn't I? I bought the one for the.
No, I'm not the large.
Yeah, the old one. Well, yeah. So this is but this is. I didn't have one. Yeah, I didn't have one of these, but I've sold everything. Yeah, but I've used this twice. Yeah. Yeah, this one doesn't to leave. It doesn't quite pretty much.
What's happening next? What is not in doubt is just how damaging this last 24 hours has been for Ukraine's prospect.
Yes, you won't have to do any editing.
This meeting with Keir Starmer is not just tomorrow ahead of this. Taking on greater urgency and interesting to see Keir Starmer is quite a pivotal time. He had a very successful that's to his states arrived back last year in London, having had a good negotiation about tariffs, trade deals, and also.
Yeah, we're expecting him to arrive here down the street at some point this afternoon after landing earlier on today to the United Kingdom. And this is a meeting that was meant to take place tomorrow on Sunday, but it was forward, perhaps not jeopardising half the events on Friday in the White House and that terrible fallout that Zelensky had with Donald Trump. And what we assume that Zelensky will talk to Keir Starmer,
he did
perhaps how to repair his relationship with the American president.
I said I'd do it.
How to continue defending his country. He has indicated that he wants good relations, and he's perhaps hoping to get some advice from the British Prime Minister himself, held what was considered a very successful meeting with Donald Trump in the White House on Thursday, where even though he didn't manage to secure security guarantees from the US to Ukraine, as was one of his goals, the meeting was seen as having gone very well. Warm words of very cordial. It was hoped that Starmer had laid the groundwork for Zelensky to meet Donald Trump.
Have never been higher. The timetable has been torn up. The plan has changed. The world order has shifted. I mean, such a dramatic 24 hours, it's hard to overstate. And European leaders, 16 European leaders will be in London tomorrow. Ursula von der Leyen from the EU, Mark Rutte from NATO, Keir Starmer. They all have a lot of a stake in the future here. And we've heard from people like the Polish President Duda, who says that Volodymyr Zelensky needs to get back over to America to try and patch things up. Such is the pivotal role that the United States play. So in the next few hours or any time soon, we should see Volodymyr Zelensky with Keir Starmer here at Downing Street. They're going to have some talks inside Downing Street. We'll be able to get a little sense of what's been said then. And then really Volodymyr Zelensky and European leaders will get around the table tomorrow to try and discuss a future for Ukraine. One thing is for sure, that relations will have to be patched up. It's not quite clear how that will happen. I think Volodymyr Zelensky will get a lot of support from Keir Starmer and other European leaders, but they will also want to know that there is a prospect that Trump can be brought back around the table. And after yesterday's meeting, that looks far, far away. So a lot of repairing to be done. But we are expecting to see the Ukrainian president here in Downing Street in the next few hours to meet Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Well, that meeting today comes after those simply extraordinary scenes at the White House last night where President Trump clashed with President Zelensky. Our US correspondent Mark Stone reports now on how the meeting between the two leaders turned into a very public falling out.
There had been anticipation for this meeting, of course, but no one was prepared for how it would unfold. From the start, it was frosty, with a comment on his look.
He's all dressed up today.
Almost like belittlement from Trump to Zelensky. And from there, in the Oval Office...
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine.
It spiraled.
I want to see if we can get this thing done.
The trigger seemed to be the vice president's assertion that Zelensky's strategy with Biden had been flawed from the start.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy.
Zelensky said the failure was to trust Putin.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it.
I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
During the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
War.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
cards. I'm not playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing
I'm very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling with the lives of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting?
No. You think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait
answer?
a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Unfolding in front of the world's cameras, a diplomatic earthquake.
But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
The mineral deal signing ceremony was off, the news conference too. Then Ukraine's presidential car pulled up to the West Wing again, everything changing fast.
Mr. President!
And Volodymyr Zelensky told to leave.
What an extraordinary moment this has been. A little under 3 hours inside the White House, and the Ukrainian president is off.
He stuck to a pre-planned interview with Fox News, where he was asked if he should apologize.
No, I respect President and I respect American people. And if, I don't know, if I think that we have to be very open and very honest. And I'm not sure that we did something bad.
Back on the South Lawn, on his way to Florida, the president had this.
From his standpoint, I think he very much overplayed his hand. We're looking for peace. We're not looking for somebody that's going to sign up a strong power and then not make peace because they feel emboldened, and that's what I saw happening.
In this moment now, it is hard to see quite where this goes from here, where Zelensky goes from here. He will head to London for Sunday's summit, to the arms of Europe's leaders, who will be as bewildered by all this as he surely is. Mark Stone, Sky News, at the White House.
Our defence and security editor Deborah Haynes has been getting reaction in Kyiv from Ukrainians digesting the scenes that played out last night in Washington.
How did you feel when you heard Donald Trump talking to your president as he did yesterday?
I feel shocked because we are accustomed, the Americans are our allies, and it was very, very rude. I suppose that this situation was provoked by White House. And I had very bad impressions of what happened yesterday.
It's very terrible. Every day, hundreds of people are dying and bombing every night. It's all terrible because we are all in blood and nobody wants to help us. We don't know what to do. We ask the world to help us to stop this war, finally. But from yesterday's news, I don't know what to expect.
His answer was strong. It wasn't easy to him because he was one of one of the Ukrainians in the room. And I think I support him. I trust his guts because from what we saw, what Ukraine could achieve on the international stage for the last 3 years, it was impressive. And I don't know, like if we could achieve such achievements, if we were classically diplomatic. So. Yeah.
So you have confidence in him, and you still want him as your president?
Yes, definitely. But I don't have confidence what will happen next.
Now, the Vatican says Pope Francis had a peaceful night but is still wearing an oxygen mask after a serious setback yesterday. The 88-year-old suffered a bronchial spasm and needed his lungs to be cleared. Vatican sources have said today he's not out of danger and his condition remains complex. Sky's Lisa Holland is at the Vatican.
We're getting some information from Vatican sources, everybody clearly very keen to know how the Pope is today, given this medical crisis yesterday. Remember, he's been in hospital for over 2 weeks now for treatment for pneumonia in both lungs. And then things had appeared to have got slightly better over the course of recent days. And then yesterday, we were told that there had been something of a downturn, which required quite heavy intervention as it's been portrayed from Vatican sources. So in the context yesterday that the Pope had a severe coughing fit and then inhaled vomit and then required oxygen via a mask which was over his nose and his mouth. Today on that, Vatican sources are saying the Pope woke up. No further medical crises have happened since yesterday, but he is still undergoing what they're describing as non-invasive ventilation. Now, what they're also saying is it's possible yesterday that he underwent invasive treatment. It's impossible to say exactly what that means. The Vatican sources won't comment further on that, but it obviously gives you a sense that yesterday was quite a worrying moment. Just a little bit of information with regards to the weekend and the regularity of the Catholic Church's normal Sunday masses. They're saying that there will be an Angelus text which will be...
The US and the EU will maybe have to act as a bridge between Volodymyr Zelenskyy and Donald Trump as well. It'll also be fascinating to hear the language that Keir Starmer will use after this meeting. Perhaps, Lewis, it will echo that of Mark Rutte in your interview on BBC News today. A mild rebuke almost of President Zelensky, but also saying that Donald Trump and the US should be credited. Clearly, Mark Rutte is giving advice to one of the two leaders involved in that spat in the Oval Office yesterday, and it's not Donald Trump.
And I've been 172 for ages, but I've had a bad back for a while. Yeah, so I've got mine in a stenosis, which is where you get collapse. And so they measured me the other way. I've dropped 2 centimetres.
It's hard to say now. Downing Street are pretty quiet. It sounds pretty frenetic in that building behind you. So much of this week had been very carefully planned out, from the defence announcement to the trip to the Oval Office for Keir Starmer to tomorrow's summit of European leaders. What happened yesterday has changed all of that. So we're not getting a great sense of what should be expected tomorrow yet. However, from that Paris meeting a couple of Mondays ago that Emmanuel Macron hosted, this could be another moment where European leaders clarify more what they could provide to any Ukrainian peace deal, whether they would, as Keir Starmer said, the UK is, be prepared to put troops on the ground somewhere in Ukraine. Of course, all of that relies, at this stage, as Keir Starmer has repeatedly said, on a US backstop, the US providing some form of security guarantee, be that air support, be that logistics or intelligence. That does seem particularly crucial. Keir Starmer didn't succeed in persuading Donald Trump to back that when he was in the Oval Office on Thursday. Volodymyr Zelenskyy definitely didn't in the Oval Office on Friday, so a big question mark over what the role of the US could be in any possible peace deal.
Because you really notice at the end of the day, particularly, especially if you're standing up, even if you haven't got the weight of the cameras and stuff like that, it's just the standing up. But there's also the other side of something like that, if you carry on with
It's been pretty fulsome and very public, and it stands, Lewis, in contrast to Keir Starmer's strategy, which is to, I suppose, have disagreements in private. He has spoken yesterday, we know, to both Presidents Trump and Zelensky. He didn't tweet about it, like other European leaders. He instead got a press officer to release a statement talking about his unwavering support for Ukraine, saying he's doing all he can to find a path forward. We've seen similar choreography in recent weeks. Keir Starmer wanting, I suppose, to be a bit more low profile in his diplomacy, partly because we know that one person will be watching closely in the Oval Office, and that's Donald Trump.
Australia and New Zealand are totally two different countries, aren't
Yeah, we'll do. Definitely.
defense loan Ukraine.
It does me as well.
So, Nord is brilliant. Pretend you're in Australia.
So many different accents. And of course we only primarily listen to the ones that use them. Yeah. But when you actually get to the outback, as it were, America, you actually get real people understand as well as they're saying. It's not only if they got the slang, but their accents are so big, bizarre, and stuff like
I don't think this fits in with the downstream flight regulations.
Just spoke to that. Yeah, it's hanging down.
Is it really good? I'm not sure it has it. Yeah, it does.
Hectic around.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm touching something there now, so I'll like it.
Geography is not one of the main points, is it?
Handshake at the top.
Have a look and see it. Yes. I'll have a look and see it.
That's why when this came up Friday, I said to Andy straight away.
I can, hello. Absolutely. Who's the hit? Zelensky's not hit. No, absolutely not. Motorcade. I'm just doing this radio 4 as live.
We'd all get it.
Cool, I just need to do one thing first.
Oh, yeah.
You take her across, Joe. intake of the course.
The intake of the calling the line now.
Yeah, brilliant. Because we're doing radio 4.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've spoken to them. I've spoken to the studio. I've spoken to radio 4.
No, I know you've spoken to the studio. I'm saying intake of recording you.
Okay, I know what that means. What does that mean?
You're being recorded.
Oh, I see, just in case. Just in case I say something rude, you mean?
It's all good. We're fine.
I just am trying to deal with something involving the king that I just need to get sorted. I know. It's basically we did the king duty. I just need to get.
I'll talk to you a bit, Jeff. Cheers. Bye.
He said it's only the wide one. It's okay just to give it 2 minutes until half past, which I might get this confirmation. It will be worthwhile if I do. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I know you guys are so busy. Yeah, good, thank you. Oh, lovely to your voice. Yeah. Basically, there is I can do that if you want. Go. This sound level's good enough. Move this like a bit higher. Thank you. Brilliant. Hi Carol, I can. I've got one question, which is, you're presumably going to say, oh no, this was before you came on air, because, or do you want me to just be very vague and not talk about the arrival? No, he thinks he's going to arrive about 5:15. The point is that I can talk about, I know that Starmer is preparing at the cabinet table, waiting for the meeting. There's some stuff about the
about Zelensky meeting the King tomorrow. We can talk about. Like, lots of analysis, but if you want it to be completely mindless and don't want to reference when we spoke, I can just do that without too much description. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Yes. Sure. Okay. I think it's both, really, but to start that meeting may just be both President Zelensky and Keir Starmer trying to share their views on what happened in the Oval Office yesterday. What is very clear is that there is a degree of freneticism within Number 10. This meeting today was not part of the plan. We expected Keir Starmer to have met Volodymyr Zelensky tomorrow on Sunday, ahead or around that European Leaders Summit. There has been a big change of plans, but also a change of the role, really, that Sir Keir Starmer is playing in all of this. Partly because of Donald Trump's hostility to the EU, Keir Starmer's aides had already characterised the role he could play in all of this would be as a bridge between Washington DC and Brussels and European capitals. He may also now need to act as a bridge between President Zelensky and Donald Trump, and it will be fascinating to see what sort of language Keir Starmer uses. We've seen in the last 24 hours some European leaders say punchy things on social media, referencing that Oval Office meeting, or maybe sort of obliquely referring to it. What Sir Keir Starmer did was very different. He hasn't tweeted anything at all. He's not been out in front of the cameras. Instead, he has had calls with both President Trump and President Zelensky yesterday and released a statement from a spokeswoman saying he has unwavering support for Ukraine and he's doing all he can to find a path forward. And it'll be interesting to see whether he perhaps echoes what Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, has said to the BBC in the last couple of hours, which seemed to some as a mild rebuke of President Zelensky, saying that we need to respect what President Trump has done so far for Ukraine. Relations need to be restored with Donald Trump, and it's very clear. There is only one president who was in the Oval Office yesterday who is now getting advice from Mark Rutte, and it's not Donald Trump. I think there will be definite concern and anxiety. There was certainly anxiety even before Sir Keir Starmer left for Washington DC, and that was articulated by people who work with him, who I've spoken to. I think though what's really interesting is to see the contrast in the approach and sort of emotions of people within Downing Street after their White House meeting and after Zelensky in the White House meeting. Certainly Keir Starmer did seem to achieve some things when he met with Donald Trump. One thing he of course did not achieve, which I think he would have liked to, is US commitment to security guarantees, a backstop for the UK and European powers on the ground in Ukraine if there were to be a peace process. Perhaps that was also something that was an augur of what was to happen on the next day. Certainly the way that officials like Mark Rutte and others are talking doesn't suggest they think this relationship is completely broken down, but a repair process and project will clearly need to be initiated, and perhaps Keir Starmer will need to play quite a major part in that. It's hard to say. They've not been hugely communicative, I think partly because so much of what's happened over the last 24 hours was not expected. The strategy is changing.
Clearly. And so if, in effect, what today is all about, and it's an unplanned day of diplomacy, I don't think that Keir Starmer had the meeting that he's got in, we don't know exactly, probably in an hour or so, with President Zelensky. That wasn't scheduled for today. Today is a mopping up exercise and a desperate attempt to work out what has happened. So President Zelensky has interestingly flown to the UK as the first destination from the kind of horror summit of last night. And I think what the conversation in the building behind me will be, and with figures like Peter Mandelson, our ambassador in Washington, is to say, look, whatever the sort of signs of tempers, whatever the optics of last night, now is a moment for cool heads, because anything else simply will not be helpful. If you go very closely through the sorts of things that Donald Trump was saying last night, it doesn't suggest like a deal is completely off the table. He sees it, as it were, as a sort of two-step thing. There are big areas of difference between the way that the UK would approach this and the way that America seem to be wanting to approach this. But there is still just about the potential for some kind of landing zone, although not nearly as bumpy not nearly as smooth as they would have wanted. And so the meeting between Starmer and Zelensky will be about bringing things back on track as quickly as possible. If you want to look, for instance, at the biggest areas of difference, I mean, I think when you compare Donald Trump's words with the UK position last night, you heard how Donald Trump wants an immediate ceasefire. But Zelensky in the UK would say, well, that's not the sort of be-all and end-all, because that would then leave some of Ukrainian territory, which was invaded by Russia, which is currently under Russian control, to remain under Russian control. So that is an area of difference that the UK and the President need to work through and see whether or not they can find a way of bridging that gap. The President of the United States clearly wants to sign this minerals deal, which he regards as valuable. That was the kind of win for President Trump that he was expecting to get yesterday when Zelensky turned up in that Oval Office meeting. At the start of the meeting, it was quite clear that President Trump was expecting to sign that document yesterday. Of course, after it all went south, about 40 minutes after that meeting began, no such signature was made. But there you have something that President Trump wants, that maybe the UK can remind him that is still on the table, and that could be one of those factors that brings the two sides together as well. But you've got this bigger diplomatic effort that is happening over these 2 days, today and tomorrow, in London. Something of a coup, I have to say, for Keir Starmer. The global conversation about Ukraine is taking place in London. With just 3 days after Starmer's visit to the White House, 6 days after Macron's visit to the White House, the French president, and plenty of big figures on the global stage turning up at Lancaster House tomorrow for this summit. President Zelensky too, and I think that will be a moment where Keir Starmer talks about the fruits of his chat with Trump and his chat today with Zelensky, and they all work out how to proceed at this difficult moment.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. And also happening tomorrow, as we just mentioned before Sam and I started chatting there, is that President Zelensky is also due to meet King Charles II, which has emerged in the past few moments. Joining me now to discuss all of this situation is Fabrice Potier, who is the chief executive of the Rasmussen Global.
You always said you had to wear a jacket and tie.
Sorry, Joe, are they talking to you? No. Sorry, Joe, you're not hearing anyone in your ear, are you? They're not talking to you at the moment,
They were,
are they?
yeah.
But they've gone now, haven't they? They've gone away. Yeah, absolutely. So we're free now until 5:25.
People will come back to me, I think.
Is that what they said? Are they going to come back to you? I'm just wondering about powering down the battery. Are you sure you're all right?
Yeah,
okay.
I've got a couple of backup parties.
Yeah? Are you sure? Sorry, Joe, did they say they're going to come back to you?
I think so.
Yeah.
I won't after this, so I'll grab some.
And then so you're right. Yeah.
I might have to go back. I've got this clearly charged enough that I can go back to my own battle.
Can you? Do you think we'll manage then to do this next, then the 5:25, then 6 o'clock, then we'll see the radio?
How long have I been here?
An hour and a half? Yeah.
I'll think about it.
Yeah. So, me, 5:15, if they come on schedule, Nathan's cool, so he's going to go inside and I'll go with him just as a bag carrier. So, Joe, just FYI, at 5:15, if everything's running to time, Nathan Page is the pool camera and he's going to go inside, so I'll go with him as an extra pair of hands.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
It's just for you and me, but yeah.
Brilliant.
So you've just got the bulletin.
We're going to be needed from 5 o'clock all the way till 5:30.
Yeah, exactly. And then you know about the 1800 news channel hits, don't you? After the network bulletin. So after your 1725 network bulletin live, you've got a news channel hit at 1800, and then off the back of it, they'd like you to do World Service Radio. And then that's currently our last commitment before the 10.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Yeah.
125
So it's all on your email. I can send you another note if you need.
Yeah, no, I was just
Cool, that's brilliant. So I'm just trying to sort out this King stuff.
Yeah. Do you need anything else? Is there anything I can do? Are you happy? So Joe, you're just going to grab another battery. They didn't say they were going to come back to you right now, did
Is it
they?
working?
It's live already.
What did we say? Do we listen
I
to
did
it?
hear it. I heard that. I mean, is this TV or radio?
You're going to come with me or can we change the camera battery?
I wasn't expecting anything else.
Oh, fine, great.
I was going to say, I didn't think they wanted any more. Yeah, it'd be a bit safer, and then we're not going to be on the last legs of the battery. Yeah, definitely.
I have loads, but you know.
Yeah, no, there's nothing more for us now till the national bulletin at 17:25. Totally, yeah.
Straight paths. Wandered up, and then walked straight past the red carpet, wandered up to the next door, and then turned around and looked for the...
Are you going to dash pretty much as soon as you get to it? Actually?
Yeah, absolutely. So
she's going to come and
if you're happy, I'll go and stand
Absolutely,
with Nathan.
go.
So yeah, so, and you're happy to dash with us
Yeah,
as well,
I'm
aren't you? Good. That's good.
And we'll be
Powered
out
down for
whenever
now.
yeah. I'm going to try and get it from the other angle as well, but I think it looks imminent because they've moved everyone back.
And then we'll take this radio to the back.
See you. Pardon? And no one else is free to come there, so. Right, no, so. Well, it's waste when it's happening.
Hasn't been unknown.
Hello, hello.
I'm switched off.
Pardon?
I've powered down.
Oh, you powered down, okay.
Yeah. I can power up.
No,
every time.
just don't tell them something.
Yeah. I don't. I'll definitely power back up on it. God. Just pop the mic down a bit lower for when you do it.
Oh, I put it down. Oh, even lower than that. Yeah.
I had retired this soap from the heaviest coat I owned, thinking you close it. I took it out of retirement. I thought we were getting warm. It's getting a bit warm.
This street is just...
I know.
There's never any luck. It's a lovely sunny day today.
I know.
You could get a
job
tan
earlier,
today.
and I was so hot, but I took my jumper, my coat, everything off. It got so warm.
Really depressing. I'm going to be here before, but I will sit down obviously when your man arrives. Good. I'll sit when Zelensky arrives. Oh my God, how are you? So nice to see you as well. Well, I thought it was only just...
I know, you have to help us. You have to help us. I want to come for a chat.
Come for a chat, I've got to figure out where... Oh, okay.
If you're with me,
I was I volunteered. In fact, I was literally at the location where that dog stood down. Yeah. I went chat up there. Yeah,
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, am I plugged in? We're really not going to be up. Top of the hour unless it comes up.
There's going to be another full cap. I'm currently on the full cap, so I can keep it nice and loose and then bring them in there. Which is fine. Maybe I'll start sliding there.
Yeah. 6 minutes, you think? What, like top of the hour?
I'll leave them up to two in. I'll be like this. And maybe nothing too. Is that on Twitter? Which is quite cool, but you have a little bit of agreement about this license. So it's like, I mean, I've done this 40 years, that's fine.
Ciao! Open group, Zelda. Woli, tam masz te woli kamery. Ali, da, čujemo da će možda da dođe jedno 10 minuta iza nas. Ali ne znam, to kaže. Baš.
editor Sam Coates is there for us now. And Sam, we're expecting to hear more in the coming hours about President Zelensky meeting Keir Starmer, aren't we?
Today is a day where not just the eyes of the nation are on the black door behind me, but really, Matt, the eyes of the world. We will be seeing, probably in the next 20, 30 minutes, President Zelensky, in some ways the man of the moment, fresh from that meeting in the White House last night, that disastrous showdown between the two presidents. Now we're about to see him for the first time properly as he meets with Keir Starmer in the next hour. A huge moment underway in global diplomacy as the future of Ukraine, the future of that conflict that has dragged on for 3 years, is being fought on multiple continents diplomatically. That showdown in the White House last night really throwing a huge spanner in the works of all of those, including our own Prime Minister, who want to see us move towards some kind of peace, but a peace that has Ukraine's wishes and demands at the heart of it. That tempestuous exchange between President Zelensky and both President Trump and the Vice President J.D. Vance that boiled down to questions over respect and whether or not the two sides thought that they had sufficient, were paying sufficient tribute to one another, and were grateful, whether or not Ukraine was grateful enough for the support that had been given. All of these things ended up being the fodder being thrown around in the White House Oval Office last night. Today, when President Zelensky arrives, Keir Starmer's job will be to try and take down the temperature. I very strongly suspect that the message from number 10 to Zelensky and to European leaders who arrive tomorrow is now is a moment for cool heads, but a huge moment of symbolism from the British state. You have Keir Starmer being the first person to meet President Zelensky, but also the news that we've been reporting in the last half hour here on Sky, that President Zelensky will meet King Charles tomorrow as part of this whirlwind round of diplomacy, in effect showing the strongest possible backing for the Ukrainian leader at this moment of peril, at this moment where the US, for so long a staunch ally of that country in the face of Russian aggression, all of a sudden now no longer being somebody standing steadfast with Ukrainian President Zelensky, but instead really suggesting they are merely somebody playing the role of intermediary with Russia. A huge change, a huge blow for Ukraine. Keir Starmer today trying to write that balance sheet, and we stand in Downing Street waiting for the motorcade all the way from Stansted, bringing President Zelensky into town, into Westminster, into the heart of our political system, in order to hold this meeting with Keir Starmer. We'll be looking at so much. In the first instance, the body language. Is this a man still reeling, or is it a man on the front foot? That's what we're about to find out.
It's 5 o'clock. This is the News Hour with me, Jonathan Samuels. A very good evening. President Zelensky has arrived in the UK following that disastrous trip to Washington. The Ukrainian leader will meet the Prime Minister in Downing Street just 24 hours after he clashed with Donald Trump in the Oval Office and was asked to leave the premises. Well, European leaders are also gathering in London to discuss their support for Kyiv, with events yesterday raising the prospect of Ukraine facing down Russia without its strongest ally. Let's return to Sky's Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's in Downing Street for us. Evening once again, Sam. So it will be a warm welcome to President Zelensky from Sir Keir Starmer, and also, eventually, from the King.
That's right. We are seeing frenetic activity here in Downing Street. The world's media alongside me waiting for the arrival of the motorcade, which we're expecting maybe in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. The Ukrainian president being whisked from Stansted to the heart of our political system for the first substantive talks that he will hold with another world leader since that disastrous showdown in the Oval Office last night with President Trump and JD Vance. It was a moment, Jonathan, where the divisions were laid absolutely bare between the UK and its allies like France and who have sided with Ukraine, and the new American administration suddenly treating this conflict in a way that you have not seen for the last few years. Big policy differences on whether or not there should be a straightforward immediate ceasefire and whether or not the US should come up with some kind of immediate security guarantee as part of a deal and a part of the discussions at the moment. But you also saw, Jonathan, just the breakdown in personal relationships last night in the White House across that 40-minute extraordinary meeting with Donald Trump and then JD Vance that joined them. You saw the growing, mounting frustration and anger on both sides. A huge global debate about the behaviour of all the men in that room. We will see the tone and the approach of President Zelensky in the next few minutes here in Downing Street. So much at stake. The question is, what can be salvaged? What can Keir Starmer do, who clearly went down very well with President Trump on Thursday night, to try and close the gap after Friday night's horrific, undiplomatic gathering in the White House to try and bring the two sides back together. Tomorrow, a meeting between Keir Starmer and European leaders. Britain showing its support for Ukraine by having King Charles hosting a meeting with President Zelensky at Sandringham. It is clear what side this country is on. It is clear what side countries like France are on. But can the global community, suddenly fractured, be brought back together? That is the job for Keir Starmer. It is no small task.
OK, Sam, keeping an eye on number 10 Downing Street, of course, as we wait for the arrival of President Zelensky. While we are waiting, let's head to Ukraine and speak to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. Good to see you, Deborah, this evening. 24 hours on then after that row in the Oval Office between President Zelensky and President Trump. What is the feeling in Ukraine about how it spiralled out of control?
Was outrage, shock. We've been speaking to people on the streets of Kyiv to try to get a sense of how they're feeling about all of this. There's definitely a sense of unity. Everyone we spoke to standing squarely behind their president. Some did say that he maybe could have been a bit more diplomatic in the way that he handled that horrendous, from a Ukrainian perspective, hostility from Donald Trump and also from the Vice President, JD Vance, but making the point repeatedly that Volodymyr Zelensky is a wartime leader. He's endured 3 years of this full-scale Russian invasion. And actually, for people here in Ukraine, they repeatedly say, we have been through so much worse than verbal jibes from a global superpower, given the fact that they have withstood so far Russia's full-scale war. People talk back to the 24th of February 2022, when this country was invaded from all different angles across its borders, missiles raining down here in the capital as Vladimir Putin's troops tried to storm in and take over. And they say that compared to Donald Trump's attack on their president in the Oval Office, it does pale by comparison. However, they do believe that, rightly or wrongly, yesterday will go down in the Ukrainian history books in terms of what a Ukrainian wartime president had to deal with. However, at the same time, so yes, there's defiance, yes, there's absolutely a determination to keep fighting, but there's also a massive reality check when it comes to the huge importance of the US military support to this country to keep fighting Russia for as long as it takes, or to bring Russia legitimately and credibly to the negotiating table. So behind the scenes, there has been a frantic amount of diplomatic activity by British officials, other Europeans, Western diplomats, trying to ensure or trying to do damage limitation, speaking, of course, across the Atlantic to the White House, as well speaking to Volodymyr Zelensky and his team. And it's interesting that Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, has come out saying that that showdown in the White House was unfortunate, in his words, and also saying that he had told the Ukrainian president that he really does need to try to rebuild that relationship. It is so fundamental, especially now at this moment with Donald Trump so intent upon peace talks, upon ending the war. The need for the US to be alongside Ukraine is acute. If that does not happen, though, then it leaves Europe massively exposed. And this summit tomorrow, a huge moment for the Europeans to get their act together in a way that they just haven't done thus far in terms of ramping up the military support to this country to the maximum level, and then in their own countries increasing defence spending, increasing their capacity to fight. Because if America really is stepping back and the world order is shifting in an irreversible way for at least the next 4 years, then Europe has had a huge wake-up call already, and it will need to react in a legitimate, genuine way.
OK, Deborah, for the moment, thank you. Deborah Haynes there with The View from Ukraine as we keep an eye on that famous door in Downing Street. Sam Coates is still there for us as we await the arrival of President Zelensky. And Sam, it'll be very interesting, won't it, to know what President Zelensky will say to Keir Starmer. He will be very aware that the Prime Minister had a very different visit to the Oval Office to the one he had just 24 hours before. Will Zelensky be pleading, do you think, with Keir Starmer to do what he can, now we know that that relationship is a good one, to do what he can to try and build bridges once again?
Yesterday, when President Zelensky was sitting in the White House, what he heard repeatedly was President Trump saying, "You don't hold the cards. You don't hold the cards." And I think it's that language that potentially will have unnerved him and is one of the reasons that Zelensky will want to be talking with Keir Starmer later today in the next hour or so. Because I think you're completely right, Jonathan. I think part of this will be President Zelensky almost asking for help from Keir Starmer. Now, I think it's important to distinguish between some of the public signs, some of the public language and diplomacy and signals that we're getting from Britain and what may be going on behind the scenes. Because I think in public, the British state cannot have been clearer that it stands absolutely with Ukraine. It regards Russia as the aggressor, Russia as the initiator of this conflict, and wants Russia at the table if there is any kind of negotiation to be done. But there is, Jonathan, a bit of a sense behind closed doors that perhaps, and I'm not talking about last night, I think views are still being formed on that, but at points since Donald Trump's re-election, President Zelensky, who is under immense pressure, all the pressure that Deborah Haynes was just talking about when you were chatting with her, there is a sense that occasionally he allows that frustration to show too much, and he is in a perilous position himself. He does need a cautious US administration on his side. So I suspect, and I wonder whether one of the messages behind the privacy of Downing Street when those two leaders are alone will come back from Keir Starmer. Yes, we will help you. We will do everything we can to get the settlement that you want. But to a certain degree, you have to do things by playing Donald Trump's game as well. You can't, as it were, allow your frustrations to show at moments like they did yesterday, because it poisons the diplomatic well. Everybody is playing diplomacy by completely new rules. There is no right way to do this anymore. Parts of the old international order have disappeared already, and Donald Trump's way of doing global relations is quite unlike anything that we have seen before. But that does mean that occasionally people might have to sort of swallow their pride and go back into the negotiation in order to get the results that are so important for their people. And I wonder whether there's a little bit of that conversation that will take place between Keir Starmer and Zelensky. But the bigger thing, I think, Jonathan, the thing that's really tricky is not the personal relationships. In the end, if there's the will to fix them, they will be fixed. I think what diplomats and the real experts in the building behind me are going to be doing are trying to close those policy gaps, those policy differences. The biggest one of all over the last few days, Jonathan, that's blown up is that the UK is willing to commit troops, just as France is, to Ukraine, not the front line, but parts of Ukraine, to deter President Putin, so long as there's a US security guarantee. But the message that's come loud and clear, and it came even when Keir Starmer was in the Oval Office on Thursday, and was repeated yesterday in that 40-minute exchange in the White House with President Zelensky, is Donald Trump is not yet thinking, not yet willing to discuss in public what any kind of security guarantee will look like. He wants his minerals deal. He wants to have more discussions with President Putin. And I think that area of frustration, to try and work out how they navigate that, is one of the biggest tasks today and tomorrow when Keir Starmer meets those European leaders. How can you work out what you can deploy when you don't know the nature of a US security guarantee? But how can you know what the US security guarantee is going to look like if the US president simply isn't willing to countenance doing it? In that extended press availability yesterday in the White House, he was saying, well, I'm not sure you're going to need very much peacekeeping and security force, because there just won't be any fighting, because I'll have done my deal. Those things, I think, are very fraught questions. The point, interestingly, where President Zelensky and Donald Trump seemed to sort of, the bit of the press conference where they fell out yesterday was where President Zelensky kept going back and said, but you can't trust President Putin. We repeatedly did deals with him over prisoners, over territory, and he breaks his word. And Donald Trump's reply was simply, well, he hasn't broken his word to me. And I think that's where the biggest policy and diplomatic kind of things that are that's where there's the biggest lack of resolution, if I'm being honest, and quite what anybody does about that isn't clear. But it would also be wrong to suggest that Europe is completely united. The UK and France, it seems, in complete lockstep. But take Italy. Now, the Prime Minister's seeing Meloni tomorrow for a one-on-one before the Lancaster House meeting with all the other European leaders. The Italian government really very clear that it's not at all keen to take part in any kind of peacekeeping, quite suspicious of this effort. They say only if there's something involving the UN, which would probably not be what we're talking about here, would Italy be prepared to get involved. So the sort of diplomatic gamble from Keir Starmer and the difficult challenges that he faces aren't confined to perhaps trying to move President Zelensky and President Trump slightly closer together after yesterday's falling out, but also to try and get those who turn up, the wider cast list tomorrow, all on the same page. It is so fraught in so many different directions at the moment. This wasn't the weekend anybody was really expecting to have, and so we'll just have to see when that motorcade pulls up, possibly in the next few minutes, although there's no sign of activity immediately obvious to me right now. We'll just have to see how Zelensky and Starmer manage it.
OK, Sam, the minute that motorcade does turn up, we will return to you for what will be a historic meeting between Keir Starmer and President Zelensky. Thank you for the moment. President Zelensky's visit to Downing Street, of course, coming just 24 hours on from that astonishing clash in the Oval Office at the White House. It was the most heated public exchange of words between world leaders in that famous office in living memory. And we can speak now to Charlie Cooper, a former senior advisor in the US government. Good to have you on the programme this evening. It's going to be great TV, said President Trump, didn't he, at the end of that remarkable row. Was it a reality TV style orchestrated ambush, do you think, or was it all unplanned?
Jonathan, it's really hard to say what exactly goes through Donald Trump's mind on any given day. It is very true that he plays to the audience. It's very true that his career to date has been made of spectacular performances on TV, gotcha moments, keeping people off kilter, not sure what's going to come next, slightly impulsive. We don't know if that is always by design by President Trump, or if alternatively he has something in mind when the meeting starts and takes what would otherwise be a very normal, very traditional meeting between two foreign leaders in an office with a couple of reporters asking some very standard questions and decided to turn it on its head. It's interesting that the blow up in the meeting began well into it, well past the time that the press corps would have the ability to ask questions. Normally, these events are very short. The press comes in, takes a couple of photos, asks a few questions, and leaves. This particular meeting went on for well over half an hour, almost an hour, and it wasn't until near the end where Vice President Vance asked President Trump if he could say a few words, and that's when the real showdown with Zelensky began. Donald Trump let it happen. He seemed encouraged by it. He jumped in after Vance almost played the heavy. Is it possible that Vance thought that this was his role and was preparing for it the entire time? Or did he see a moment right there of weakness where he thought that he could jump in? Either way, Donald Trump got great TV yesterday. And here we are, the rest of the world, pundits, reporters, foreign policy leaders alike, scratching our heads trying to make sense of it. But nonetheless, we're all talking about it. So if that was Donald Trump's goal, he won yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say about that meeting not meant to be a press conference, but that's sort of what it turned out to be. Was it a mistake having journalists ask questions, do you think, in that setting?
I guess that depends on who you're asking. I think President Zelensky very much would think yesterday was a mistake. Yesterday was a devastating moment for Ukraine. And if I were more broadly a European or a UK foreign policy leader, I think yesterday's press conference was a devastating moment. I think you really began to see potentially the final throes of the Western alliance that has kept Europe safe with U.S. backing since 1949 when NATO was founded. And if you're measuring it by that, you think, okay, well, this press conference was a mistake. Donald Trump might not think it was a mistake at all. He's at the center of the global conversation today. He and his Vice President Vance, has been very skeptical of Ukraine aid since the beginning, were able to make their point that they feel like the U.S. has been doing plenty, if not more than their share, and no longer wants to do it. And they've asserted themselves as the key players right now in this debate between how peace should come to Ukraine, if it should come, and what role Western powers should play. So if you're a White House press officer, you might have gotten exactly what the president wanted yesterday, and you think it's a massive success. I guess everything is in the eyes of the beholder. President Trump probably was very happy with yesterday. President Zelensky is in deep trouble. He is very concerned, and his meeting today with Keir Starmer, I think, is the first step in hoping he can repair something.
Yeah, so going on from that then, would you go as far as to say Zelensky was naive in being so confrontational?
It's very hard to know. President Zelensky, one has to remember, is by nature an entertainer. He was an actor and a comedian. He did stand-up, as far as I understand, impromptu. He's trained to do these sorts of things. And frankly, for the last 3+ years, he really has rarely put a wrong foot forward. He's been remarkable in dancing on the world stage and in making the case for the importance of Ukraine's defense against Russia around the world, and managed to hold together to date an alliance in the West that has served his interests and, frankly, the interests of Europe very well. Even little things down to dress, where he begins to dress as a wartime leader in February of 2022, as opposed to the traditional suit and tie you'd see from a foreign leader. Everything has been scripted and planned out, and he has been very smart in how he did it. But yesterday he wasn't. And that speaks to either his level of frustration and perhaps his awareness that no matter what he said in the meeting yesterday, the U.S. was not going to give him what he wanted, that President Trump was looking for a mineral deal far more than he was looking for any security guarantees he was willing to give to Ukraine. And his frustration was boiling over. It's also possible that even the best of us on our best days still have weak moments. Vice President Vance exploited that. He jumped in. He saw a moment to bait the Ukrainian president. And in that moment, Zelensky didn't handle it the way he otherwise might have. And we see the consequences of that today.
Charlie, we could talk for much longer, but as I'm sure you are aware, President Zelensky is about to turn up at number 10 Downing Street, so we must leave it there. Charlie Cooper, former US government advisor, great to get your thoughts on what has been an incredible 24 hours. Thank you. So let's return then to the scene on the right of your screen, number 10 Downing Street. Any moment now, the Prime Minister will meet the Ukrainian President before hosting that defence summit of European leaders tomorrow. Our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, is there waiting for President Zelensky along with the rest of us. What is the tone of this meeting going to be, Sam?
Well, I think the meeting that is about to take place once President Zelensky sweeps up in his motorcade up Whitehall, turning left into Downing Street, will be, it will be a conversation between two allies, which is very different from what we saw just yesterday lunchtime in the White House. It will be a conversation between two people desperately looking for a way through, because in the last few hours, the passage of how we see our way through what's going on in Ukraine has been far from clear. I think that in some senses, Keir Starmer will want to be seen in person to almost, as it were, wrap his arms around President Zelensky, offer all the symbolism of the backing of the British state and of his prime ministership, throwing all the weight he can possibly muster behind somebody now who was quite clearly yesterday at odds with the US president, to provide reassurance from another ally of the US that not everybody is lining up to attack and confront him. And I think it is the sense, I think the biggest and most important thing that Keir Starmer wants to suggest, the signal that he wants to send above all else, is that Ukraine has the strongest of allies in Britain, and tomorrow, when President Zelensky is still here, the strongest of allies amongst other European nations who believe that Russia is not just a threat to President Zelensky's country, but a real and present danger to them too. Leaving President Putin to do what he's doing in Ukraine puts other European nations in danger. That is why there are leaders assembling in Britain, in London, in Lancaster House tomorrow to deal with this, acknowledging that they need to take a lead on something that in many ways has been left to the Americans until now. Americans clearly signaling that they are less keen on being in the front line of this conflict, and now it is a moment for Europe to step up. So this is a moment where Britain is picking a side. Keir Starmer is showing his affinity with President Zelensky. He is cashing in on the diplomatic goodwill that he built up in that meeting with President Trump last week, and now he will use those diplomatic chips in seeing President Zelensky, who you can see in the right hand of your screen. You can see the motorcade, you can see the glimmer of the blue light, which indicates that in a moment we will see the car carrying President Zelensky whiz up. The road that you can see there is actually Whitehall, past the row of police vans we're expecting. Here we have the motorcade carrying President Zelensky turning into Downing Street. And you can hear the cheers of the crowd as the motorcade makes its way up Downing Street, through the security posts and bollards, and sweeping President Zelensky in front of Downing Street. A moment's pause as his team get in position for him to exit the car. President Zelensky is in Downing Street meeting Keir Starmer.
President Zelensky, can you get Trump back on side?
Can this be salvaged, President Zelensky?
Can you get Trump back on side?
What's your message to the US President? Is it too late for your relationship with President Trump?
President Zelensky, can you win without Trump?
President Zelensky, can you get Trump back on side?
What is your message to Donald Trump? Is it too late, President Zelensky?
President Zelensky, how do you repair your relationship with President Trump?
Can you still negotiate with President Trump, Mr. Zelensky?
Can you win without
Can this be repaired, President Zelensky?
President Zelensky?
The two men head into Downing Street. The two men heading into Downing Street in one of the most carefully choreographed arrivals that I can remember of a foreign leader meeting the UK Prime Minister. Lots and lots to chew over there. You saw Keir Starmer deliberately walking some way out of Downing Street to show he was coming to the Ukrainian president. And then the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who is not a tactile individual, if we're being honest, throwing his arms around President Zelensky in an embrace that was designed to be seen all around the world and particularly in the White House. He held that embrace for some time to make sure that nobody could be in any doubt the side that he, Keir Starmer, had picked in this conflict, whatever the views of the US president and vice president. And the two men then slowly walked to the steps of Downing Street, where again they paused, they shook hands, they chatted, they looked past the journalists' questions and held their gaze into the distance before Keir Starmer walked and ushered President Zelensky in front of him into Downing Street for the meeting that we expect will last somewhere in the region of an hour. But the deliberate embrace from Keir Starmer of President Zelensky, sending the clearest possible visual signal about where Britain is right now after all the turbulence that we saw yesterday. Now we have a country picking a side. Britain stands with Ukraine.
Yes, Sam, the symbolism was there for all to see. As you say, Sir Keir Starmer walking up Downing Street to greet President Zelensky rather than the other way round. A thumbs up, a huge hug, a very warm and long handshake as well. But how carefully, Sam, does the Prime Minister need to tread? Yes, he wants to put his arm around Zelensky, but he doesn't want to damage that relationship, does he, that he has with President Trump, a relationship which was so good on Thursday when the two men met. We know there was nervousness before he flew out to Washington, D.C., but a huge sense of relief afterwards that it went well, and he won't want to damage that in any way.
You're right, Jonathan, but if there was ever a moment to see how to spend the credit that you've built up with another country, if there was ever a moment to take those chips that you've accumulated and try and cash them in, I think Keir Starmer and his team would argue that this is that moment. For all of the hard work put into that visit, now there is a moment where the goodwill needs to be used because there is a huge gulf and a huge job to be done. But quite a lot of it strikes me, Jonathan, is actually about rebuilding personal relationships and smoothing personal difficulties. There are still policy gaps, but policy gaps that on Thursday looked like they could be bridged. Now on Friday, when the discussions broke down in the White House between President Zelensky and President Trump, many of the policy issues remained unchanged. For sure, the minerals deal wasn't signed yesterday, but the gaps on Friday are the same as the gaps on Thursday, which is a problem, but it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity because the plan that they had can still be the plan that they pursue today. What Keir Starmer wants to do is show that Ukraine is not a pushover, because you push Ukraine, then you're bumping into Britain and the allies that we are lining up the Ukrainian president to see and stand with tomorrow. So lots of not just symbolism, but this is real hard yards diplomacy. And he is hoping that he can make rational cases in order to get a resolution with President Trump. Look, I think quite a lot of what happened yesterday came in the tone. Your previous guest was talking about how it was the exchange with actually the vice president that really inflamed the relations, turned the mood in the room, and ended up with Donald Trump criticising President Zelensky for not being generous enough. But these things ultimately are words and their sentiments and their emotions, and those are things that can be repaired. Keir Starmer went in on Thursday with things that he and President Trump disagreed with, yet at the end of their meeting they were able to have a civil, well, no, better than civil, extremely positive press conference together. There are ways of repairing these things. Keir Starmer's argument, his central belief right now will be that cool head and a clear sense of direction is the only way you are going to get through this critical and perilous moment. But that does mean taking tough choices. And right now, the UK is tonally breaking from the US, showing it stands with Ukraine at a moment where the US is making itself out only to be some kind of intermediary between Ukraine and Russia. We've picked a side. Look at us, Donald Trump, and we've got Europe with us. We are determined. There is grounds to talk, respectful talk, but there is a way through. All of those are the messages that symbolically in public, and I'm sure diplomatically in private, are being sent from London to Washington right now.
Sam, as is tradition at times like this, plenty of questions being shouted by reporters, and also, as is tradition, very few answers coming back. Can you and Trump get back on side? How do you repair the relationship? Your question, can you still negotiate with Trump? This meeting of European leaders that Sir Keir Starmer is chairing has been organised for some time. How do you think events of the last 24 hours will change the dynamics of that meeting?
Well, I think there were no answers to questions like the one from me, Jonathan, because there are no answers to those questions right now. Nobody knows. That's the kind of thing that time is going to have to help heal and provide opportunities for. But there's no doubt one of the things the last 36 hours has done is make tomorrow's Lancaster House summit of absolutely global vital importance. Quite what Europe can offer, the tone that Europe strikes, the support, the level of support it offers to Zelensky, and the symbolism of all of that, absolutely vital. If it wasn't already very important after last night, it has become all the more urgent in order for there to be a moment and a point where as many leaders as want can show exactly what side they have picked in this conflict. Then there are knotty questions that will not be solved tomorrow around defence spending in European countries, the nature of any kind of effort, military effort that you might see there's quite a lot of activity in Downing Street around me as the cars all reposition themselves for a little bit later. The nature of any kind of force that you get in Ukraine, given that you won't want to have European countries on the front line fighting Russia itself. If that's not the case, then what can a kind of force look like? And probably a discussion about what actually they need from America. Jonathan, there was a little remarked on section of yesterday's press conference where one of the journalists shouted at President Trump, do you think that the Americans could have troops in Ukraine? And he said, well, look, the French and the UK, well, they've got troops. And he started saying, and I don't think it's impossible that. And then he stopped himself. And he sort of deliberately changed subject. But I took from that although President Trump doesn't want to talk about it, he, in his own mind, has ruled very little out. And that's where you get to this huge difference between tone and diplomatic red lines. And I think it's that gap between the sort of dreadful, squabbling, tense exchanges that we had in the White House yesterday lunchtime, and the actual real red lines of the US under President Trump. It does still want things from President Zelensky that does not probably want conflagration in Europe on his watch. Donald Trump will want to be the master and the author of a deal. All of those things remain attractive to the US president, getting from where we are, this complicated, uncertain moment now, to somewhere that everybody can like, everybody can be happier with. Well, that is the job of diplomats, and at moments like this, leaders are the chief diplomats of their country. It's at moments like this that Keir Starmer has got to step up and show what he's made of as now one of the leading diplomats in the world.
Sam in Downing Street, thank you very much for the moment. This is that famous front door, number 10 Downing Street. In that building, President Zelensky is currently meeting with Prime Minister Keir Starmer, a meeting which will be held in private, a meeting which could well have huge ramifications. Now, cameras will be allowed to film the first few moments of that meeting between the two men before the journalists and the cameras are ushered out, and that meeting will continue in private. We should get a recording to play to you shortly. When it comes in, we will let you see it. A meeting, of course, which will be very different to the one President Zelensky had 24 hours ago with President Trump. We will, I'm sure, see a huge amount of warmth between the two men. We will see smiles and we will see the support that Prime Minister Keir Starmer is very keen to show President Zelensky after what has been a tumultuous 24 hours for the Ukrainian leader. Well, I'm joined now by Paul Lever, the former UK ambassador to Germany and former chairman of RUSI. I'm sure, like the rest of us, you were watching those pictures as the motorcade pulled into Downing Street and Keir Starmer walked up the street to greet President Zelensky. What did you make of the optics, the thumbs up, the big hug, the warm handshake?
Well, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? I mean, in my life and my career, I've seen heaven knows how many foreign leaders appear in Downing Street. I don't think I've ever seen anyone greeted as warmly and with as much evident affection and respect as that.
Paul Lever, we are now looking at those pictures which I promised a moment ago. Let's just have a listen in.
From the cheers on the street outside, you have full backing across the United Kingdom, and we stand with you, with Ukraine, for as long as it may take. And I hope you heard some of that cheering in the street. That is the people of the United Kingdom coming out to demonstrate how much they support you, how much they support Ukraine, and our absolute determination to stand with you, unwavering determination, and to achieve what we both want to achieve, which is a lasting peace for Ukraine based on sovereignty and security for Ukraine. So important for Ukraine, so important for Europe, and so important for the United Kingdom. So I'm much looking forward to our discussions here this afternoon. Thank you very much for making the time to come.
With pleasure. Thank you very much, Keir. Mr. Prime Minister, happy to be here. And really, I saw a lot of people, and I want to thank you, people of the United Kingdom, such big support from the very beginning of this war. Thank you, your team. And I'm very happy that His Majesty the King accepted my meeting tomorrow, and I'm thankful that you organized such a great summit for tomorrow. And we are very happy in Ukraine that we have such strategic partners. We signed with you historic documents.
100-year agreement.
Yeah, we have only with you such documents with the United Kingdom. So we're happy, and we count on your support. And really, really, we're really happy that we have such partners and such friends.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, the cameras are invited to leave that room, and President Zelensky and Keir Starmer can now meet in private. Oh, to be a fly on the wall as they discuss situation between them. You have our full backing, the full backing across the United Kingdom, said Keir Starmer to President Zelensky. We stand with you as long as it takes. He also spoke, and I'm sure you heard this as well, people cheering at the end of Downing Street, members of the public, and Keir Starmer referenced that. He said the people of the UK were cheering for you, showing their support. He spoke of Britain's unwavering determination to stand with Ukraine as they strive for peace. Our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, still in Downing Street. As you can see, darkness begins to fall. Sam, what a contrast. The two men meeting there contrasting hugely with what we saw in the Oval Office yesterday.
Resolute and relaxed. That was the tone of Keir Starmer sitting with President Zelensky that we've just seen. You could hear the cheering from where I'm standing in front of the number 10 door as President Zelensky's motorcade pulled in from Whitehall as I was fighting my way through the crowds to get to this spot to talk to you, Jonathan. There were, I think, hundreds of people standing out there waving the yellow and blue Ukrainian flags to show their solidarity for the visiting president. They'd heard he was coming. They wanted to be here. They wanted to show what side they and Britain are on in this conflict. We've talked about the embrace on the steps, the very clear visual signals from Keir Starmer. What you just heard was the first words from Keir Starmer showing just how strongly he's backing the Ukrainian president at this moment of peril. There's one bit of that exchange I just want to draw your attention to, Jonathan. He talked about his enthusiasm for a sustainable peace and a sustainable ceasefire. Now, I just want to draw you to it because that's diplomatic code there, because there are two different types of ceasefire that two different leaders talk about. President Trump is talking about an immediate ceasefire, and Keir Starmer talks about a sustainable ceasefire and a sustainable peace. What's the difference? Well, in President Trump's version, it is not at all clear that Russia would be made to hand back any of the territory that it has acquired in the 3 years since the Russian invasion began, or the latest phase, some would say, the Russian invasion began. Whereas for Keir Starmer, the whole purpose of having the Ukrainians in the peace negotiations, which he wants, but as yet Donald Trump doesn't accept, is to have a peace deal that sees the Ukrainian land reclaimed by Ukraine and handed back by Russia. So you could see even there the diplomatic gap between the UK and the US as the UK aligned itself with Ukraine. President Zelensky, one final thought. There was criticism from some in the room about his attire yesterday, his failure to wear a suit in the White House Oval Office. Well, there he was today, wearing his combat fatigues once more, showing that he is a leader at war, not at peace. And he's certainly not going to change his dress for Keir Starmer, even an ally.
OK, Sam, in Downing Street, thank you. We'll return to you once again once that meeting concludes, if not before. But right now we're going to get the view from Ukraine. Deborah Haynes is there. Deborah, the people of Ukraine will be cheered, I'm sure, by the images that we're seeing from Westminster.
Yes, it was a much safer environment, wasn't it, for Volodymyr Zelensky, being embraced by a far more predictable leader in the form of Keir Starmer. There was that moment for the cameras as the two of them met inside, which had echoes of yesterday's meeting when Volodymyr Zelensky sat down with Donald Trump. Hard to believe it was only 24 hours ago, frankly. And yet, of course, it was much more traditional, warm words by both sides, and then the cameras ushered out. Although, of course, even with the cameras out, there's absolutely no way that Volodymyr Zelensky is getting the kind of castigation that he got from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance in public in front of the world cameras yesterday. Instead, he is with a certifiable friend and someone who has, as he said himself, Keir Starmer, he's backing Ukraine, stands by Ukraine for as long as it takes. And that is the line coming from the UK, coming very strongly from the Europeans. But unfortunately, given their lack of capacity when it comes to military capability and the ability to be able to sustain a long-term fight, it is a big problem, this rift, this huge rift with the White House. The US is by far the strongest backer of Ukraine. And yes, combined together, European allies and other countries like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, they have provided a lot of support for Ukraine, but it is the US that has the heft, has the depth, and has the much of different intelligence gathering capabilities than a lot of the European allies. And so while, of course, if the US, if this rift is irreversible, and there will be huge work going on behind the scenes to try to get the Ukrainians and the Americans to become friends again. If the rift is irreversible, then of course the Europeans and the British will do everything they can to support Ukraine, but it will be a much less formidable offering when it comes to countering Russia. And it's been said again by the Polish leader today, the US is really the only power that can deter Russia. And that is why this damage limitation and this need to try to, yes, rally round Ukraine's president, but also try to bring back Donald Trump from going off in a bit of a huff, as he did following his encounter with the Ukrainian president yesterday in the Oval Office. That is also incredibly important, especially as given who we're talking about here. It's a war that Russia started, a war waged by Vladimir Putin, a president who has attacked people on the streets of the UK, launched attacks across European cities. It's no friend of Europe, no friend, of course, of Ukraine. And for the UK and others, it's bewildering to be dealing with a White House that has upturned the world order and the assumptions of security priorities in such a profound way, in such a short stretch of time, based on no fundamental changing in the realities that have underpinned security assumptions since the 2014 invasion of Crimea.
Deborah in Ukraine, thank you very much indeed for that analysis. Let's return to Paul Lever, former UK ambassador to Germany and former chairman of RUSI. Thank you so much for hanging on the line. We do appreciate it as we look again at those images of Sir Keir Starmer meeting with President Zelensky inside number 10. And Paul, it was quite something, wasn't it, what the Prime Minister had to say to President Zelensky. You have our full backing. We stand with you as long as it takes. You have our unwavering determination to stand with you and Ukraine as you strive for peace. Would you agree with our deputy political editor? It was resolute and relaxed.
Yes, it was. And that clearly will be the message that not only Keir Starmer, but I suspect the other European leaders who will be at the meeting in Downing Street in Lancaster House tomorrow will convey. This is the time for absolute solidarity, and I'm sure that that's what Zelensky will get. It doesn't alter the fact that there are tough decisions to be made.
Yeah, many tough decisions. Perhaps the first one being how Zelensky can get back on track. Today, he was thanking the US and thanking Donald Trump on social media. He did something similar during an interview on Fox News. But what now?
Well, that's a good question. I guess it depends in part on whether the extraordinary, and most of us would feel disgraceful, attack by Trump and Vance on Zelensky yesterday was a deliberate attempt to put him in his place, as it were, and let him know who's in charge, or whether it was genuine anger on their part. If it was just what you might call a tactic to make sure that he knows who's boss, then it's possible that talks can resume. If, though, the leadership of the United States has decided they want no more to do with him, then there's a bigger problem. And I guess we may, in the coming days, discover whether the United States is going to continue military aid to Ukraine, which I believe at the moment is still flowing, even though no new consignments have been agreed, or whether they're going to cut that off.
If America does cut off military aid, where does that leave the situation? Does the war grind on with the inevitable conclusion that President Putin will win the war? Or is it simply going to be some sort of punishment until Zelensky comes back grovelling?
That's what we don't know. I mean, as Deborah Haynes just said, the Europeans can provide impressive amounts of military assistance to Ukraine, but they can't replicate everything that the United States is able to provide. And the Europeans just don't have the resources, the stockpiles, to go on helping Ukraine indefinitely at the same scale and pace as hitherto. So I think one important thing for Britain and other Europeans to do in private is to be candid with Zelensky about what we can provide and where the limits are, because ultimately it's he who will have to take the decision. Is he prepared for a deal with Russia, and if so, on what terms?
Trump yesterday made it very clear to President Zelensky that he holds very few cards. But of course, that's not necessarily the case, is it? Because we know Donald Trump desperately wants that minerals deal. He desperately wants to be seen as a peacemaker. So Zelensky does have some cards to play.
Yes, he does. Because after all, if Zelensky doesn't need Trump simply in order to surrender, he can do that directly. And Trump clearly wants to be in charge of any negotiation that there is. He wants to set the terms. He wants the minerals deal as well. So Zelensky, as you say, does have something to offer. But I think an obvious point of the meeting yesterday was to remind him that his hand is not a great one.
OK, Paul Lever, former ambassador to Germany, former chairman of RUSI. We really appreciate your analysis and reacting to those remarkable historical pictures that we're seeing of President Zelensky arriving at number 10 Downing Street. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So that meeting continues then between the two men, a meeting which is in sharp contrast, isn't it, to the meeting President Zelensky had yesterday with President Ukraine. The two men currently speaking in private, behind closed doors, in Downing Street. We saw them for a few moments before that meeting began, where Sir Keir Starmer said to President Zelensky, "You have our full backing." He also mentioned the cheers that members of the public in Westminster gave President Zelensky as he pulled into Downing Street, saying, "We stand with you as a country for as long as it takes. You have our unwavering support. We stand with you as you strive for peace." Our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, is in Downing Street. Sam, it's been a remarkable hour, hasn't it, as we witness these scenes. Just sum up, if you would, for us, what your thoughts are on what is happening, given everything that we've seen over the last 24 hours or so.
Keir Starmer has done a remarkable job to put him and Downing Street at the centre of the global discussion about the future of Ukraine, a discussion that was thrown into uncertainty yesterday lunchtime in the White House, in the Oval Office, when there was a breakdown in the relationship between President Trump and President Zelensky. Now, the job of Keir Starmer today is to reassert, if you like, Jonathan, politics and diplomacy as usual to try and repair those relationships. But what I strongly suspect the conversation in the building behind me looks like is one looking for optimism, one looking for potential ways through where we are at the moment, because for all of the poor tone, there are things to pick out that suggest that the discussion is not over. President Trump has not closed the door entirely on President Zelensky. Can the man now in the building behind me be humble enough, be persuaded to swallow his pride to go back? Donald Trump still wants a deal over minerals. Donald Trump could then provide, if there's a ceasefire, some kind of security guarantee. And maybe there was the tiniest of hint yesterday that could even involve some kind of troops, certainly other kind of American hardware. And Donald Trump wants to be that deal maker, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, the person who finds solutions. All of those things mean that now is the moment that diplomacy needs to kick in. And my goodness, has Keir Starmer seized his moment with this meeting, the first world leader that President Zelensky has come to see. Then tomorrow, the main European leaders gathering just a few hundred meters away from where I'm standing here at Lancaster House to try collectively to see if they can find a way through this crisis with President Zelensky in the room as it happens. Ever since the moment that President Trump returned to the White House, the tectonic plates of global diplomacy have been shifting, but right now, this is the heart of the conversation.
Sam Coates in Downing Street, thank you very much. Big hugs, a thumbs up, a long and warm handshake as President Zelensky meets Keir Starmer in Downing Street. America's support for Ukraine is crucial. Zelensky has said as he arrives in Britain, the Prime Minister meeting him before hosting a defence summit of European leaders on Sunday. The King will also meet with the Ukrainian leader on Sunday as part of his visit to Britain. Ongoing coverage right here on Sky News.
We are under Israeli military restrictions in terms of some of the things that we can film, but it's important to be in there. What a slow drive for the president as he approaches his golf club.
4 more years!
Free wherever you get your news.
Oh, great.
I've got
Yeah, I'll make so too. Yeah. Yeah, let's just take it. Oh, that sounds good. Let's do that. Yeah.
Joe, Nathan will take us back to base after you're just the camera.
What was the question, sorry?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
There's not long to go. Get you warmed up.
Yeah, I'm happy to go.
No worries.
Joe, just a little bit to the left.
Do you know how much you want? Do you want it to be sort of long and rambling or short and punching? I can do either.
Joe, just like. Great, thank you.
Still you, isn't it? Hello, I can hear you. Okay.
I'm all set up, so why not?
Hello. It certainly was current on 2 points. One, he didn't just wait at the step of Downing Street, as some prime ministers do. Instead, he walked down the street towards the Ukrainian president. The second point is that he embraced him, and the two leaders took their time walking back up the street. That is a very clear and intentional show of support from the UK towards Ukraine, even though it's notable that one name wasn't mentioned in those comments within number 10 Downing Street, with those two leaders sitting side by side. Donald Trump was not mentioned at all, even though the president's actions and what happened in the Oval Office yesterday is so central to the crisis, as some would put it, that Volodymyr Zelenskyy is now facing, sort of existed. I mean, this is part of that challenge. Keir Starmer, I understand, is very keen, though, to ensure that this this summit tomorrow doesn't look like the EU is ganging up on the US. This is not about choosing sides. Sources in the building behind me tell me this is about supporting Ukraine. What will happen tomorrow? It's not clear quite yet, but I understand the UK Prime Minister wants action, wants progress. He doesn't want this to be some leaders talking, taking some photos and discussing what happened in the past. This is about the future. This is about progress, and presumably that means other European nations stepping up to play their part in a Ukrainian peace process. Keir Starmer's view is that the US needs to play their part in a backstop, effectively providing maybe air cover or logistics or intelligence support with European nations putting boots on the ground. No progress this week, clearly, on that. But what has been very carefully choreographed day by day, all changed last night and into today. That arrival was not planned today. We expected to see President Zelensky tomorrow, Karin, and that gives you a sense of the pretty unpredictable dynamics that Keir Starmer and President Zelensky are grappling with. Two key questions: can the relationship between President Zelensky and Trump be repaired? And is a peace deal possible with the US playing a part?
He's even prepared to give a security guarantee, maybe for future conflicts to do that, although he isn't yet spelling that out in public. So there are a lot of things, I think,
as you say, it couldn't have been more different than that disastrous meeting from just a day ago. I have to say, Tom, as we stood here and as Zelensky's motorcade pulled out to down the street, here, people cheering loudly for President Zelensky.
Well, just to be very clear on the sort of steps to this meeting happening, my understanding is the request came from President Zelensky to meet His Majesty the Queen, and UK government's advice was they were happy for it to go ahead. So this wasn't, as someone reported, a request on behalf of the UK government. This was a request from President Zelensky. So it happened in that order. But it is significant, I suppose, because the pictures, if there are pictures, will demonstrate support from the King towards the Ukrainian president. We know one person who is absolutely fascinated by the royal family is President Trump. He enjoyed opening that letter handed to him by Sir Keir Starmer on Thursday in the Oval Office, with the invitation to a second state visit in the UK, an unprecedented second state visit. So I'm sure he will be watching and will draw his own conclusions. But as I say, the UK government and Keir Starmer's team very clear what's happening tomorrow, mainly with the European summit. But I suppose you could shove the King meeting in there as well. It's not about ganging up on the US, it's about supporting Ukraine. And certainly the choreography we saw here and the warmth of that embrace, I suppose, certainly backs up the warmth of that nation, even though the next steps look complex and potentially, Karen, perilous too.
And Zelensky, but it is taking on a much more heightened significance now, because European leaders are facing a real prospect of the United States perhaps pulling its military support for Ukraine, and there are huge doubts over whether the Europeans can step up to that challenge and fill the void in case the US pulls out.
Yeah, people in this building were very pleased that the personal relationship had been quite locked in, because they think that's important for the next 4 years, where both Donald Trump and Sir Keir Starmer will, it's likely, be in their jobs as world leaders. Yes, there was progress. The UK were very pleased about the start of a UK trade deal, and of course President Trump also committed to NATO Article 5, but there was nothing really from President Trump clear on playing a role in the Ukrainian peace process, and that does mean that the next steps are really, really difficult. It also means that Keir Starmer is in perhaps a unique position. He'd already talked about, or his team had already talked about, the possibility of him acting as a bridge between the EU and the US. What happened yesterday in the Oval Office has completely changed all of the dynamics here. He may need to be a bridge between Zelensky and Trump, and he may be one of the very few people who, at least for now, may have the president's ear, may be able to improve relations, and may, it's possible, help form some form of peace deal. But I mean, the last few days have been so unpredictable. President Trump is incredibly unpredictable. So, Karen, I'm not predicting what could happen in the next week or so. Turn the light off, is that okay? Can you turn the light off, please? Thank you so much, just because of...
So just your piece of
Yeah.
camera then?
If it does come out, you just move the microphone out of the further side. That means you can get a good shot of it.
Move it further out. Let me unplug first.
Actually, that's probably about as far as you want them to be. No, that's fine.
Everyone's going to sit hard.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Maybe a bit further back, so if you still grab it. I'm pausing for everyone.
Actually, if I put on this card. Yeah, no. It's just because it's in the middle of the backdrop. So when he's ready, Joe, what should we call your piece of camera? Zelensky, PTC?
You mind giving me a sort of 5 minutes to write it?
Of course, yeah, you take time. That'll go on the server as Pike Zelensky.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. So, are you alright to give Joe an invite to the base? Is that so? Joe, Nathan's parked about 10 minutes away, and he'll give you a lift back to MBA.
Oh, amazing. Of course, perfect. Well, yeah.
Let me just run it through a couple of times. No promises.
Yeah, there's only a couple of spots, but
I know.
it's about the best spot.
I just got I know.
Right. Thank you so much for your hard work, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. No, not at all, but thank you for being sort of same present throughout the...
Yeah, I agree.
Breathing, no, really. So why don't I give you all this gift back for the... do you have a lapel mic for the piece of camera? This is your wire. I must give this wire to you. Oh, sorry. That is your wire. Thank you so much. You say it was Newly your name?
Huh?
Neve.
Yeah.
I knew it was something like that.
Yeah.
An N with an Irish
It's
twang.
so funny. I've been in milk.